measure it flat, it contradicts that. I'm spitting flat facts and that. And I know you don't like that. Google Maps is flat, it presents elevation profiles like that. I'm a spitting flat earth king. Sentence has a ring, doing my own thing. If earth was a big roast chicken, factually finger licking chicken. We just got the measurements missing. I'm spitting eggs and begs, begging the question lesson. I've said it before, time after time. I'm the spitting flat earth king of rhyme.
Welcome to Flat Earth Debate, Uncut and After Show. I'm your host, Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe. Hit the bell notification icon and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they premiere, and there's also a coffee, Patreon, crypto and thanks button in the info box below the video. Speaking of Patrons, I'm going to do a quick shout out to all of you who do support me on Patreon. So, a massive shout of thanks and appreciation to Smith Tools and Purchase, Level Plain Poem, Vitaly Z, Colton James, Survive the Spin, F.E. Patriot, Thomas van der Zander, Measured Flat, Tiers Morgan, Mitch Kennedy, Rod, The Name's Burley, J Mails 24, Yu Lamento, Iron 26, Retro Bill, John Kays, Patrick Gunnels, Banter, Harry Blade, Mobile Max 777, Rob W, Del West Watson, Unbelievable Productions, Blue Ridge Ranger, Abraham Mohammed, Skeptic 936, Texas Mike, Chow Young Cat, and Dank. So another massive thank you to all of you for supporting me on Patreon. Links to Patreon, as I say, are below this video. And with that, I'll hand across to whoever is in Discord and Google so you can enjoy their dulcet tones while I set up for today's live show.
I mean, that's what I'm saying. The lights in the sky are a crazy thing. But I've heard about people with the night vision. My eyes aren't so good, and I don't ever get clear skies anymore. Very seldom do I even get to look at the sky anymore because of my weather pattern I live in.
Well, with night vision goggles, it doesn't really matter the clarity of the sky, as long as you've got a clear sky. But when you look at the sky with these things, you won't do it again because you just see shit that just doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
Incredible.
I found that to be true without night vision goggles. So when my folks used to live in a part of the country that had the least light pollution, you'd look up from their hot tub, turn all the lights off, and you'd see all sorts of crap moving around that made no sense in various different directions at seemingly various different heights. And you're like, okay. You just had to let your eyes adjust in very, very good circumstances. That is to say, very little light pollution from things like lampposts and cars or whatever else that might cause light pollution. But yeah, you can see all sorts of stuff. You don't need night vision goggles to achieve that.
Tell you what, the stars don't make sense to me as they are. So.
Did you see the video with Master B that Michael Kahn was asking if you can go over? It's only 6 minutes.
Yeah, I watched it. It was very good. I commented as well.
Nathan, did Master B if you wanted to go over it?
I don't see anything from Michael in there.
I posted it. Michael Kahn shared it with me. He said, see if Nathan would go over it. It's only 6 minutes, full with flat earth prerequisites as they're demonstrating curvature.
The Robinson twins present. Is that what you're talking about?
That's correct.
Okay. Well, we'll cover it cold in 5 minutes.
Excellent.
Watching that like 12 months ago, that video.
More time, whoever said that?
I remember seeing that about 12 months ago, that video.
Okay. As you're here, Geraldo, I read one of your comments. I just very rarely get the chance to go through comments just through lack of time recently. I came across one of yours on the video about the guy from the map reading company. And you were like, you were referring to yourself as Wayne. Now, I don't know if you were just saying that like, well, if I pretend to be Wayne, I'd be saying something along these lines in a sarcastic tone. I just didn't quite understand the comment. I don't know if you saw my reply, because I'm like, what? Did you see that?
Yeah. I was just pretending to be Wayne
Fine.
and making the apology that you asked for.
No, gotcha. Because that's what I thought. Right, what you were saying, and how you say it, I remember what you actually said, which was something along the lines of, my bad, I didn't know what science was, but I still think Earth's a ball, Wayne. I'm like, what? Because obviously context is everything, and it didn't make any sense. Now you've said, no, I'm just speaking on his behalf, putting quotes in his mouth. Gotcha. Okay, fine. Now I understand.
Yeah, then I even had comments from people thinking that I was Wayne. It was pretty funny.
It says James Doherty or Jao Doe or whatever it is that screen name's under. It says that at the top, though. It obviously is.
Yeah,
him.
it just goes to show you how much people pay attention.
Right, okay. Fair enough. Well, yeah, like I say, I read it and I'm like, oh, because there's obviously going to be certain individuals, you're one of them, where when I see a comment from you, I'm more than keen to read what you've got to say, because it's normally incredibly insightful or constructive, generally useful, right? I'm not trying to embarrass you, but I like your comments. And therefore, when I see a comment from you, I'll go, oh, better read this, pay a closer bit of attention to it. And if you're critical, I have to have a bit of introspection afterwards. You know, other times when people are critical of me, I just tell them to suck my dick. But you, obviously, I don't. You know, I actually read what you say and go, oh, okay, fair enough, good point.
Language, God.
Kiss my ass would have been just as good and no problem sharing that. Why do you have to say that? Jado, since he listens to you, maybe you should write him a note in there. Please don't use that phraseology anymore.
I was joking, damn it.
Right, because do you know why I use that phraseology? Because it gets the reaction.
I don't want to hear it.
Because it gets the reaction. Because it does exactly what it just did, right? In other words, people are disgusted and outraged that I should say such a thing. You're like, okay, well, when you're being told to, I don't even want to echo the sentiments of the kind of person that says things to me that I would respond with that. But you can imagine, right? If I say someone's being critical and they're just either doing what Jardo's done to Wayne, which is say words he hasn't said, but he didn't put them in quote marks and suggest that he actually said them. He's taking on the persona and pretending to be him and calling himself Wayne, which is very different to saying, here's a quote from Nathan Oakley that I didn't say, right? Now, that is, to me, as egregious and outrageous as the sentiment you feel when I use that phraseology, where I could say kiss my ass. No, that's not strong enough. If someone's inventing words I haven't said, right, my tone drops tenfold because I'm outraged. However, I will take on board what you're saying. And generally, I'm in a bad mood most of the time at the moment because of lack of sleep. So I get to the comments. I just turn into a foul-mouthed sailor. I've got to stop.
Why don't you try some THC?
I got no. Sorry, go ahead, Jado.
I was just saying, why, Nathan, don't you try some THC oil?
I don't know, I could do, I suppose. Why, will that calm me down?
It'll help you sleep.
I do have some from some of the stuff.
It'll help my wife yelling at me when you swear every time while she's listening.
Say that again.
I said it will help you sleep and will also help my wife from yelling at me every time you swear.
Okay. No, fair enough.
Nathan, do you think we can discover more of the facts about the measurements and cluttered? Like, I know right now we already know about the measurements, and I just don't want to, just stick to them. Like, we cannot find something new. I'm just thinking maybe there's something that we're missing about it.
Will there be more measurements? Yes. Will we come across more things that explicitly detail measuring Earth as a flat plane? Yeah. Any Earth measurement can only measure Earth as a flat plane. Therefore, when we come across any new measurement of Earth, it will automatically require a flat plane of reference to detail it if you're measuring Earth. Are there more measurements than we have covered thus far? Yes, definitely. Are there ones that we haven't covered? Yes. Well, it's been 10 years. We've covered a lot. But yeah, I would imagine there's still going to be measurements out there that we haven't come across. So for an example, I don't know how many years ago it was, we started looking at seismology. We're like, this is new. What do you know? It needs a flat plane. It's measuring Earth flat. Shocking. But up until the point that we covered it, we hadn't covered it, right? So it was a new measurement that we hadn't looked at previously about the movement of the Earth in the horizontal with respect to the vertical, or vice versa. And it just is what it is. And it's only when you start looking at Earth measurements in that form, in that case to measure the movement of Earth, that you start realising every measurement's a flat Earth measurement. But there will be ones we haven't covered, you know, but the most obvious ones we have already covered. Radar and surveying and altitude, elevation angles for navigation, that is. You know, we've covered the main ones.
Once you measure Earth flat once, one measurement is all you need. I don't understand can we get more facts?
Well, I think it's, for some people, it seems a little too simple. I think that might be what's bothering him.
Well, so is the gospel. How are you?
Yeah, how you doing, guys, in the flip side and in the live stream? Raring to go, raring to go.
You know, it's frustrating. I know you don't like talking about stuff from the pre-show without any interlude, but the simplicity of measurement is, I think that might be part of the rejection that our message is, because it can't be that simple to some people, you know? Like they're looking for something else because it is that simple.
I just think of gun metaphors. Like you get a shotgun, you go, well, let's see how effective it is. Bang! Person explodes. You're like, I don't know, is that really enough? We got anything better? You're like, what do you mean better? He's dead. Don't mean anything better than that. You're like, what more could you possibly want?
Surely could have killed him that easily.
Yeah, it was over really fast. Like his head exploded, he hit the ground. No, it's not here anymore. But I don't know if it's really enough. Have we got anything better? Yeah, what? Telling you that it's just measured flat. It's not that serious anymore, right? It suddenly seems like the whole subject becomes benign. And you know what I've got to say for that? Yeah, that's absolutely correct. It undermines everything when you realise how Earth is measured. Once you appreciate that, without exception, Earth's measured flat, it kind of makes everything we've done for 10 years redundant, doesn't it? Like we were just messing around. Like we were being used as conspiratards to be the face of ridicule for the subject so people didn't look at the measurements. But now we've looked at them and gone, oh, his head's exploded, so he's not alive anymore. That's right, yeah, he's got no head. That's right. You don't need... Your shotgun's fine. Yeah, it works, I promise. The flat Earth measurements is all you need. If you're coming to this subject for the first time and you've not poisoned yourself with Feast of Nonsense garbage for 10 years, you'll get here and go, what's that? Measured flat? That can't be right. Let's have a little look. Oh, yeah, so it is. And that's the end.
Agreed.
It's important to remember, though, that the last 10 years that have gone by have been successful in making or getting people to be aware of the flat Earth itself. And we did mention the measurements, although we're not articulating it as we are doing now. But so let's not forget that. That's all I'm saying.
I disagree. I think that the last 10 years have been spent making us, as conspiratards, the face of ridicule, so that people can be the subject of flat Earth, so that the societies, the groups, the individuals being parts of those groups form a whole that we call flat Earth. And that is extremely mockable and ridiculable. That's what I think we've spent 10 years doing.
Agreed. The fact.
Yeah, we can agree to disagree because I don't agree to that.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, this is a up for debate topic in that regard. Like, what was the purpose of spending 10 years looking at how Earth curve is potentially overcome by the distance you can zoom in on a zoom camera? Now, I carefully phrased that so that I didn't include any flat Earth evidence in that statement. But in order to make the assertion, and an understanding of the maths will give you this, which is where you're correct, Gene. Without having gone through the process, we as flat earthers, in the old school sense of the word, wouldn't be in a position to tell you how the argument ends now. So, was it worthy for us to get to this point? Yeah. For next man, I don't think he needs to go through any of that. He doesn't need to learn how the begging the question, proof of nothing, perspective hijacking Earth curve calculator works. He doesn't need anything. Just needs to know how Earth gets measured in all circumstances and without exception, and then that man can get on with his day. By man, I mean man, woman, child, whoever it is that comes across this video.
Well, you're going to see some old school stuff when you go over this video today.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Yeah, right. Sorry. Yeah, right down my alley. That's okay.
But you said the impression you gave me in the pre-show when you said go look at this video is that they had lots of flat Earth prerequisites. Were the exact words you used?
They do, but it'll remind you sort of the Isle of Man days a little bit.
Okay, so let me get it straight. They're going to be looking for ball, correct?
Oh, they're going to tell you that this is Earth curve. Yes, looking
Why are we
over Lake
covering
Tahoe.
this? Oh, well, I don't want to cover that. So what you're saying is, check it out. You don't want to cover people looking for the ball curve. Well, look, here's a load of people looking for the ball curve, but they use a load of flat Earth prerequisites. Yeah, they did 10 years ago. Yeah, at the Isle of Man they did, but I just don't want to cover that stuff anymore. Where's the norm? Have not dried up, right? There's more videos about measuring the surface of Earth with elevation angles for the topology, that's surveying. We've got those videos out there. Why go back to the old school crap where they're looking for Earth curve? Yeah, they're using flat Earth prerequisites. And what you're saying is it would be fun to cover the stuff that we were covering for 10 years, but this time around, point out how they need a flat Earth to measure the Earth curve. Sod that. I don't want to cover those videos.
Michael Kahn
a high demand for it. Oh, sorry, Neil.
Just say that Michael Kahn sent it to me and just asked me if I could ask you. That's all. You don't want to cover it? Don't cover it. It's only 6 minutes. But they're putting out videos claiming they've measured Earth curve. We could respond and point out all the freaking prerequisites without getting angry.
Well, see, that's interesting. They're claiming measurement. I would like to see their measurements, wouldn't you?
Yeah, that's what they're claiming.
Video, you will be laughing all the way. So it's a good video that was referenced there. I put some comments in some of the other people's comments. Most of it was talking about why don't you take multiple shots? What about the weather conditions and the temperature of the water and the temperature of the atmosphere, the air? There were some good comments in there.
What about the Chihuahuas? Did they pet the Chihuahuas?
No, they gave their Chihuahuas a lot of walks and that, and cleaned up the poo and piss that was left behind. Very good pet owners.
All right, he's playing it.
Immediately begging the question. We've got 13 seconds of music, and Earth is our spherical home planet. Why are we covering this? You know it's going to annoy me. You're laughing, I'm not laughing. I don't want to cover this stuff. So I've immediately got to cover the fallacy being used before we've done anything.
Well, there's several in place there, because they're using a projection of flat Earth measurements to create the sphere that they're spinning. And then they're using a reification fallacy to imply that they're standing upon it instead of in it. And then they're
that's it.
special pleading fallacy. Oh, sorry.
No, I thought you got the all, but special pleading is also true.
Hi guys, we're the Robinson twins. I'm Bob. And I'm Rick. And we are at South Lake Tahoe at the southern end of Lake.
The what end?
The direction is south.
What does that mean? I don't want to do this. I want you to do it for me. So when I say that, it's my invite for you to point out the flat Earth prerequisites. What's south again?
That's a direction, and a direction is linear.
Not that it's linear, it's horizontal.
Yeah, flat, horizontal.
It's a planar measurement.
Correct.
And, yeah,
Okay, guys,
horizontal.
with the beards, yeah? What are you doing? You've just described a directionality. South end of the lake, you say? What's south? Beards. Point south for me. That's south? Really? South? Not south. Not south. So horizontally, on a compass, leveled to a plane of reference, you can describe this directionality to describe which end of the lake you're at. The south end. Yeah, don't use our flat Earth prerequisite directionality describing which part of the lake you're on, because you've immediately undermined everything that you're going to say beyond this point. Because the first thing you've done is referenced a flat Earth only description of position, in this case directionality, with the word south. Very irritating. You've just said the world's your home planet. Why on unholy hell are you using a flat Earth directionality then? Is it to piss me off? Probably.
Tahoe on the border between California and Nevada.
And we've been meaning to do this experiment for some time where we
Do what?
It's in a category error, Nathan.
So, lads, the experiment that you're going to do, an experiment is a hypothesis test. That's what it means. Let's come back to that after we shout out Jardo, because I'm going to miss out on his... It's going by too quickly. Quick, can I catch it? Yes, I just caught it. Thank you very much, Jardo, who's on the panel and was talking on behalf of Wayne in the pre-show. Thank you very much for gifting all those memberships. 10, no less. Wow, cool. If you've just picked up a Jardo free membership, shout out to Jardo. Thank him in the chat. Thank you very much for gifting all those memberships. Okay, so back to experiment. An experiment is a hypothesis test. What's a hypothesis? It's a suppositional causal influencer statement, both in the positive and in the negative. That's the zero difference result if A, then B. Zero difference result if A, not B, and alternative, which is if A, then B. That's your suppositional causal influencer or independent variable. And how it will affect the dependent variable, that's your observed natural phenomena. So to go through it in order, observed natural phenomena is step one. It's also your dependent variable in the hypothesis, the scientific prediction yet to be actualized. Your independent variable is your presumed causal influencer, mirrored in the null as not causing the effect you observed at step one. And an experiment, as you've just used the word, is the actualization of said hypothesis. That's to bring into effect your scientific prediction by variation and manipulation of your presumed cause of the effect you observed at step one to see if it does or does not cause it. You can't both simultaneously cause and not cause something to happen, so only one of the two predictions set forth in the scientific prediction known as a hypothesis can be and will be proven. Either variation of A, your independent variable, will cause B, your dependent variable, or you vary A and it does not cause the effect. In either event, you are validating one of the two predictions. Either A causes B, if it does, tick, or A does not cause B. Tick, one of those predictions will be proven. That is the scientific method. What you guys are going to do is set up a camera and look at stuff in a northward direction. So you're going to describe your directionality that you point in your camera with respect to a plane of reference and call it an experiment. Frickin' outrage.
They may measure distance as well. We'll see.
We come to the lake and prove that it has curvature over a watery surface, over a long distance.
Over a what?
A long distance. Once
Distance. So as in the horizontal planar measurement ascribed in either kilometres or miles, or meters or feet or yards, or furlongs. This is horizontal and linear descriptions. Like on your maps, when you put your compass on them to describe south or north. So you're going to describe a horizontal distance prerequisite to tell us where there's curvature, violating the base principle that you're using in your axiomatic description of, in this case, distance. No, your distance will prove that Earth is flat because it will be horizontal and linear. That's what distance measurement in this regard will be, and can only be if referenced to Earth.
Long distance. So, off in the distance, the other shore, the North Shore, is 19 and a half miles.
That's a flat Earth, horizontal, prerequisite linear distance in a southward, horizontal orientation for directionality. So you're going to tell me that you've got curve at a horizontal distance that's flat in a direction that's flat. You're a pair of idiots. There's no other words to describe these two bearded buffoons. They're idiots. They're using flat Earth measurements to suggest there's curvature, violating the principal measurement that they've described it with. That's idiotic, isn't it?
Yeah, but they used to doing it. You know, like it's a cultural thing to use flat Earth measurements to describe a globe.
Can you explain something? I get it that the elevation angles require the flat Earth. You cannot do it on the curved surface, and I get it. Every single thing about the measurements, I get it. I just need a little bit more explanation on the linear distances of kilometers and miles, because I don't understand how is the linear mean flat, because if you ever measure a curved surface, you will still use kilometers or miles, right? Or meters or inches. So I don't really get that perfectly.
Pardon me.
How did they
What
derive
is
the
the
inch?
arc? What is the arc of an inch?
There isn't one.
Right. It doesn't make sense, does it?
Yeah, no one's measuring curvature, so that statement you made there was completely incorrect. No one's measuring curvature on Earth. No, don't agree with that.
Hey, King, do you understand what John's just said to you? Give me the curvature of a millimetre, 8 King. Do you know what the curvature in a millimetre is?
The curvature in a millimeter.
Yes.
What is it?
I'm asking you.
I mean, I don't know.
There isn't any. What about in an
It is
inch?
a linear function.
Do you know about what about the curvature of an inch? How much curvature is there in an inch?
Oh, I get it. I get it now. Wow. I really understand it now perfectly. Yeah. You got me. I get it now.
What do you get?
I get it. Like when I imagine a millimeter, where's the curvature in that millimeter? And obviously, kilometer or mile is just the larger scale of a millimeter or meter or whatever. So it's going to apply the same logic. Like there's no curvature.
It's not logic. There's no logical consistency in how much millimetre curvature there is. There just isn't any. There's no logic behind this. It's just how an inch is used. It is flat, in this case, horizontal, linear in terms of its measurement. When they say over there is 16 kilometres away, you're like, okay, that's the flat, horizontal, linear distance between you and the point on the other side of the lake. That's what will be the measurement, because there is no arc of a kilometre, there is no arc of a metre, there is no arc of a centimetre, there is no arc of a millimetre. These things are flat when describing Earth and the distance in a southward direction. So the direction's horizontal, the measurement of distance is horizontal. Now, that's not up for debate. It's not a logical consistency. That's a statement of absolute fact that describes how flat Earth has been measured by these two bearded idiots.
I get it now much better. But what do you have to say about the one you put around your body to measure your fat, like how big is your belly, like that?
You don't get it then.
Sorry, okay, let me just ask you, is that what they've just measured? Did they just measure their beards with a flexible tape measure? Is that what they just described?
No.
Okay, and are we gut debate when measuring waists? Are we Taylor debate? Is that what we do here?
Oh, I get it, because the ruler, the one that stretches around your body, it's already
Not what I
built
asked.
to be.
Are we
horizontal
debating
and
our tailorship skills? Are we tailors here? Is that what we do here? Are we
No.
tailoring clothes here?
No.
No, we're not. It's almost like a, what's the word? Like a straw man. Like, seems like it's related to the argument. Well, if I measure my inner thigh, okay, what's that got to do with anything when we're describing the north end of a lake at a certain kilometre distance? Now, that is flat. Why? Because it's directly referencing Earth and its surface. Like when you look on the scale of a map. It's like saying, well, if I bend the map... No, the distance that's been surveyed is described in a horizontal linear fashion with miles or kilometres. If there's curve, it's described as a deviation from the horizontal that's marked with an accuracy in miles or kilometres that are horizontal. That's just what they are when detailing Earth measurements.
So basically, when you're measuring with a tape that bends, it also counts as a calculation after the straight ruler that it's already straight, and then you bend it around your body.
It's almost like I didn't say. It's almost like I didn't reply. When we measure with a bendy tape, measuring what again? Are we back to? I've already covered this. We're not tailors. What are you saying? When we measure with a bendy tape measure? Sorry. When would we do that with Earth's surface? Have they rolled out a bendy fucking tape measure? What are you babbling about? When have they done that?
Hold on, even if they...
Having
Go ahead, John.
The problem he's having is that after you establish the linear function of an inch, a meter, you can take that known quantity and apply it to a material that bends. That does not mean the millimeter and the foot, the inch, the mile bends. You understand?
Correct.
In what context?
That's where people have problems with this bit. It's simple when you say it like that, and we all know, but that's where the guy's struggling. The original measurement of distance is horizontal. That in nature, that's it. It's horizontal and level. And like John just said, you can apply it to some sort of material and bend it thereafter. But its original format, it's horizontal.
Well said there, Deck, and that's new school, new Greek, trying to understand it. We're helping him along. We have to elaborate it more because he's not getting it. New school is old school. There you go.
Okay, right. The old school way would say, well, the amount of curvature is 8 inches per the mile as a squared function. Sound familiar? So, in order to describe this curve that's alleged to be there, we first need to apply it to a linear horizontal distance measurement for the squared function to be derivative of. So, it's a necessity to bullshit about curve that you have a flat Earth prerequisite horizontal distance measurement. Do you all understand? We all whistled past this for years, didn't we?
Yep.
Yep, like a lot of other things, yep.
Per the mile squared, so we'll need the mile to be flat, horizontal and linear then to move forward in this calculation that suggests curve from a flat Earth measurement in miles. I see. So step one for this inference of 8 inches per mile squared is measure a mile flat then? We need that bit first. Yeah, we do. That's correct. Yeah, we need to measure Earth flat first. But if we all ignore that we require Earth to be measured flat to make this bullshit assertion that there's 8 inches per mile squared of curvature, then we ignore how flat it's required to assert there's curvature. And I'm sick of it. This is already irritating me. Just want to deal with people who are just going out and taking the measurements on a map and applying them to their journey, as opposed to, I'm going to take a flat Earth prerequisite distance of this lake in a direction that's only possible of describing horizontally and flat, and then describe that there's curve from it. It's just irritating. Now, these two numpty dipshits don't realise how stupid they are, but I'm going to start telling them. Richard and Robert, my name is Nathan Oakley, and I'm calling you stupid. Did you not realise that you've already gone through about 3 different flat Earth prerequisites before you've done a damn thing and then called it an experiment? You pair of clowns.
I know what you mean, Nathan, and I sympathise with you. But also, on the other hand, I'm feeling exactly the same way as you, and I'm noticing what they're saying when they're trying to describe things. But isn't it like, I can't find the word I'm trying to say, but I'm not seeing them as, what am I trying to say? But I can't get this out. It's not laughable. It's not annoying me like it's annoying you, really. But when you look at this now, when they're trying to explain curvature and giving you these horizontal linear distances, and let's see where they go with this, it's like it's comical in a way, because they haven't got a clue, have they? What I can't get this out. I've got something to say and I don't know how to say it.
Will you ponder that for a moment? We'll play a bit more.
Away from this shore, and we've just went from the North Shore first, took pictures of the area, scouted it out, and actually we scouted it out on Google Earth first so we knew what we were going to be looking for.
Google Earth is a flat Earth measurement as well. So Google Earth gives you horizontal linear distances in their mile and kilometre scales. They describe the topographical changes with respect to that horizontal linear distance measurement in an elevation profile. So you scoured it out, did you? What, you used all of these flat Earth measurements to have a little look around? Go ahead.
It's sad is the word he's looking for. The word that you're looking for, one deck, no, the phrase you're looking for is, oh man, bless your heart. When you see somebody really old do something really dumb, it's it's that feeling of, I should be mad, but this is so dumb. It's like, it can't be your fault kind of thing, you know?
I like saying.
But also, you can measure vertical, like a kilometer vertical, not only horizontal, no, also vertical.
At its inception, it's flat, straight. The inch is not off. You don't care if you wrap a tape measure around the basketball like they show you in the pictures. What is that inch at inception? It's not.
Hold on a second. No, because it's going to come up in a minute, because they're going to describe it with respect to their height above surface level. So he's saying, okay, so if you're describing height, what's height?
I mean, I think it's with respect to a horizontal plane.
Right, that's correct. So you're talking about the distance in miles, kilometres, feet, furlongs in the vertical, perpendicular to the plane with respect to the surface level or sea level for it to be perpendicular to it.
Yeah.
Right. So yes, you can have a mile from surface level perpendicular to it in the vertical. But it's just another flat Earth prerequisite that's tied axiomatically to this principle that is so basic. Horizontal and vertical are tied at the hip.
So you look for a particular
That's because
landmark.
the horizontal was the
We might
first.
be able to see from
it's the
this
base.
shore, and once we got here, we looked for it, and sure enough, we found it.
We were motivated to make the observation now because of this video we saw on January 6, 2025 on YouTube from MC Toon inviting people to come to Lake Tahoe to make an observation from the south shore to the north shore.
But McToon asked people to go and look in directions that are flat earth prerequisite. Okay, got you so far. Same problem that you've had.
To see if the water would appear flat or if...
Appear? Sorry, what is this shit? Appear flat? Sorry, is it about appearances or is it about measurements? Well, if you're going to apply any measurements, we've already got horizontality in terms of the distance when you describe the south end of the shore. And we've already got horizontal distance measurements that you're going to apply to the length of the lake. Presumably, you're going to describe a deviation from it in the vertical. And then give it a rate, like 8 inches per the horizontal mile squared. Yeah, you're going to need quite a few flat earth prerequisites. The problem is MC Toon is just as dumb as you two bearded idiots, if not more so.
If it would follow the curvature of the Earth. He was responding to a $5,000 bet from someone who claimed it would be flat. We'll link to MC.
And will MC2 now be paying him, given that we've pointed out how flat it is required for his assertion in the first instance? No, of course not. MC2's a scammer, a charlatan, a fraud. When he uses flat earth prerequisites like elevation angle measurements in the form of challenges he lays down for maybe, I don't know, 10k, does he pay up when someone points out that part of his own challenge requires Earth be measured flat? No, of course not. In the face of me presenting that fact to him no less than 100 separate occasions, did he pay me 10k? No. Why are you engaging with this charlatan fraud?
MC Toon's videos in our description. We used Google Earth to make plans.
This is a flat plane that you've put up on screen. There is no curvature. There is only horizontal distance measurements applied to this view. Why are you using this? Is it because when you zoom out, it renders it as a ball? Really? Well, the topographical changes and the measurements of linear horizontal distance would defy that appearing to be spherical. The measurements show otherwise, and you've already utilised them in distance terms and direction terms, haven't you? So, boys, you're going to acknowledge what we've just corrected you with? You're using flat earth prerequisites in the form of horizontal distance and directionality. You're going to acknowledge me in your video? You're going to put a link to me in your response? Of course not. What you'll do is make little pathetic bets that you won't pay up for, like McToon's done. It didn't matter that I pointed out to him 100 times that he measured Earth flat with elevation angles for his 10k challenge. He required them for the little degree symbols after the numbers that give you angles off a flat plane. It didn't matter that I pointed that out 100 times. It didn't matter that I pointed out when he was out in Antarctica, allegedly, measuring Earth flat with elevation angles there too. Didn't matter. No, I told him personally. Didn't matter. What did he respond with when having this pointed out to him? He said, "Where's the guns, Nathan?" That was his non sequitur response to him measuring Earth flat.
No, he said you deflected with measurements, Nathan.
Deflected with measurements? Well, what about the directionality and measurements that he's now imploring his audience to go out and utilise? They're flat too. He's using them and suggesting these two bearded cretins use them, isn't he? South end? What, south? You dumbass.
All right, what we were going to do first is come in from the north shore.
That's a flat direction. Dumbos. Now I'm going to start insulting you, bearded pair of twats. You're using flat earth directionality to make your point. It's absurd. Do you realise how stupid you seem to us, you bearded pair of cretins?
And look for state.
Shout out to Jardo, who's sent a super chat and then retracted the message. What did you say, Jardo? Or did Google retract it for you? You're embarrassed to tell us.
State Line Point, which is this point of land on the border between California and Nevada. There's a dock near there, and we were going to take a look at it and scout it out and take pictures. Then we would travel down the east side of Lake Tahoe to the south shore.
Yes, so you're travelling in a direction that's flat then? Why would you do this? Why would you utilise prerequisites that can only be described with respect to a plane of reference to suggest you're looking at curve. Are you both just too stupid to realise it? Is that what this is? How stupid can globe heads be moving forward?
Nathan, you keep asking the question why. They have to, that's why.
But yes, that is what this is. How stupid can they be moving forward?
Shore, where there's a dock near Camp Richardson, and see how much of the North Shore we could see from there. A closer examination of State Line Point using Google Earth revealed Powerboat Beach, which is where the dock was located, and another landmark we're both familiar with, the Calneva Lodge on the Nevada side of the California-Nevada border.
So what you're telling me, the thing that Globers, psychologists, anybody with a PhD will tell you, hey, obviously looking at something is not proof. And here he goes and says, we're just going to see if we can look at the other side. Like that's all they're doing. Like when a Glober goes out, we're going to look and see what we see. Like that's not where it ends for us. That's ridiculous.
I mean, having a look can have some validity. I mean, I am no gynecologist, but I'll have a bloody good look at it for you.
Can't help yourself, can you, Nathan?
The Calneva Lodge has been closed since 2019, and it's currently undergoing rehabilitation. We accessed Powerboat Beach by coming down these stairs after parking on the street.
Down? What's down?
Oh, dear.
Not rhetorical.
Down is a direction. Down is a direction with respect to the horizontal plane of reference in the vertical aspect. It is axiomatically required to be parallel with the plane of reference for that horizontal to go down with respect to.
Well, can't they go down to a point?
No.
Why don't you just get to the point, though? I mean, I've got out my car, I had my red shoes on, I've got my brown bag, and I've got my hair all done, I've got my comb, and I went down the steps, and get on with the point, mate.
Well, no. Our point is that they're using quite a few flat Earth prerequisites in their descriptions. So at this point, I'd in all sincerity, like them to pick one of two, and it's the only two choices available to them. Choice number one, get on your bearded knees and accept that you require Earth be measured flat for perpendicularity to a plane of reference for down, for distance, for directionality itself. All of these things that you've already used, you haven't done anything yet, but what you have inferred is how flat Earth is required to be for anything that you'll do for your curve moving forward. So, choice one, acknowledge how flat Earth is required to be, because you're using it in everything that you've detailed so far with any substance. Alternatively, relinquish the measurements that you're about to rely upon to infer sphericity, so you'll have no measurements then. You won't have your distance or your directions to appeal to. You won't have your downs or your heights, because they all require an axiomatic plane of reference to be in any way useful as measurements. So, if you relinquish said measurements, we call that the hard place, where you haven't got any measurements to rely upon anymore. So you haven't got anything to suggest you're on a ball. Alternatively, you can acknowledge for me, my name's Nathan Oakley. You've cucked to tune the pathetic charlatan fraud. Now you can acknowledge me. You have measured Earth flat in distance and direction and perpendicular height. That's what you've done. And you're going to rely on these measurements. So now you're going to acknowledge how flat Earth is and can only be for the measurements you are absolutely without question using. So, beards, I'd like a response. I'd like a link to my fucking video below it too, and a nice little shout out about how wonderful I am, like you gave Toon. You pathetic pair of bearded cucks. Because I'm correcting you. You've been deceived by a charlatan called Toon. Now you're being corrected with the flat Earth measurements that you've definitely used. There's no ifs, buts or maybes about this. You've used them. So, given that you pair of dicks have proven how flat Earth absolutely is, because you're using measurements of it, I'd like you on your knees, acknowledging how flat Earth is, as used thus far.
The dock we wanted was right there, but it was private and under video surveillance, and there was a $500 fine, so we just stayed on the beach. I made a point of checking out what else was around the dock, including the trees. There were ponderosa pine, incense cedar, and quaking aspen, some of which were 56 feet or 17 meters tall.
Oh dear.
Oh boy.
So, in terms of the height of the trees, you're describing their vertical nature in feet with respect to a plane of reference at the surface level for the perpendicular description of the height of them. Even in your boring cockwaffle asides, you're using a flat plane of reference to be perpendicular to describe the height in the vertical. These are flat Earth axioms that you're relying on for your boring cockwaffle about the trees. Are you really this stupid? Yes, you are. You're a pair of bearded idiots. My name's Nathan Oakley. I'm calling you idiots because you are idiots. You're suggesting that you're out measuring curvature, and so far we've got 4 flat Earth prerequisites that you've utilised. So I'll say it again. I want you on your knees on the rock that you've already tied yourself to with the measurements you're already bloody using. They're all flat. Like all measurements of Earth, they're flat and can only be flat. What's that? You don't want the height of the trees referenced anymore to a perpendicular plane of reference. Then why did you use it? Oh, you thought you were being interesting. You weren't. You're boring the tits off everybody watching you. But you are still using flat Earth prerequisites when you bore the tits off people with your boring cockwaffle about trees.
Then we traveled east around Crystal Bay and then...
Sorry, you travelled around east?
Oh.
No, east. Well, like that direction with respect to north on a compass. That's a flat Earth directionality, beard. So you're going to sink to your knees. I want a link to my video, because I've corrected you. You thought you were out measuring curvature. No, you pair of idiots. All you've done is describe 6 ways from Sunday how flat Earth must be, because you're relying on these directions to make your point that you haven't done anything to achieve yet. So before you've done anything, your requirement is that Earth is flat, to describe distance, to describe height, to describe directionality. And I'm sick of it. Why are wankers who deceive and defraud people and lie about bets they're having get away with shout-outs where I get a tramp stamp and told that my kid should be taken off me and reported to social services? It's disgusting. Yeah, it's got to change. Yeah, no longer will we tolerate idiots. That's these 2 bearded dicks. Idiots using flat Earth measurements to suggest something that violates the measurements they're using. It's utterly absurd.
Ended up at Memorial Point, so we could take a picture of State Line Point.
Oh, well, what do we have here? 4.15 miles or 6.7 kilometres. So that would be a flat, horizontal, linear distance measurement that you've just put up on screen. So we're down to actually having some measurements laid out now for us. And what are they? Are they ball measurements? How much curve is there in this kilometre measurement? How much curve is there in a mile? Oh, none! And you're absolutely requiring it. Get on your bearded, idiotic knees and acknowledge how flat you've got on screen now. This is a flat Earth measurement that you're appealing to suggest how much curvature. Do you not know what a mile is, beards? Are you really this stupid? Did you not look at what a mile or a kilometre was before putting it up on screen to suggest that you can describe a deviation from the horizontal measurement you've got? You pair of idiots.
From the east.
Flat Earth direction.
So here's a picture I took of State Line Point using my smartphone.
I couldn't give a crap. At this point, I'm at the point in the video where I literally couldn't give the tiniest of shites what they've got to say beyond this point. Anybody agree with me? Who cares what they do here forth? Does it matter?
No,
No,
it
well,
will not be
like you said,
removed.
Nathan. Yeah, like you've said, they're using all these. They're telling you all the measurements that have been measured. And using the east, like you've said, and the distances between 2 points, which is horizontal distance over water. And now they're going to probably suggest that if you look at something, there's a little bit of angular resolution, so the Earth's curved.
Did you want to add something, John?
I would just like them to get to where they start applying their calculations, so we can really have a field day. Is there any way to move past
From Memorial Point? Here's one I took with my power shot, and I did a zoom in and got an even closer shot, so you can clearly see the Calneva Lodge from this side of the lake. We determined the lake level was at 6,227 feet elevation, and
oh dear.
So we're on number 5, flat Earth prerequisite. So the elevation level, end quote you. Are you really this stupid? You're using terminology that absolutely without question makes it plain as day how flat the description in your measurements are. What is elevation? That'd be height off sea level. That's a perpendicular plane of reference that you've described on a vertical datum, reference to sea level. Yeah, that's a flat Earth measurement that you're relying upon. So that's the 5th one that you've used. So lads, on your bearded knees, what's that? No, we don't actually measure Earth flat. Well, why are you using elevation with respect to a plane of reference on a vertical datum? Don't think they're parallel to the sea level? Then you're idiots. You just want to chuck out your measurements that you're going to appeal to. Well, then you haven't got any measurements anymore. So you haven't got anything to suggest veracity with a calculation that hasn't come yet. After 5 different flat Earth prerequisites? What an idiot! Pair of idiots. They're basically the same, though.
on the top of the Calneva Lodge building.
Man, I don't know. I feel like I got the gin bug because it's like, on one hand, you know, explaining the prerequisites is like awesome. But then, you know, this right here ignores all of the observations of just looking from point A to point B and it being horizontal. Like it's like
ignoring it when it's doing it.
What I'm saying is psychologically, you know, people hear us day in and day out say, yeah, well, the prerequisite is that the earth is flat. And because I don't have, I think people are slow. I think they hear that and they go, yeah, but no. And it's like, even on the other side of this, you got videos like Dr. John D, where you have these 6 windmills or whatever they are, and you can see all of them from top to bottom with a boat behind them.
Yeah, Eli's saying we're ignoring observations, right, Eli? When it's so obvious by just looking.
I'm not saying we're ignoring observations.
People
I'm
are missing
saying
it.
not only does the conversation begin with flat Earth, the observation is also defeated by other observations. If we're just doing that.
So this planar observation they're making is defeated by other planar observations?
Is that what I said, Nathan, or is that what y'all heard me say?
No, that's not what he's saying. No, it sounds like to me like
because I want to be clear.
We're talking about this observation, and it is an observation with respect to a flat plane. And you're saying
what's crazy is, no, what I said was crazy is, even though that's true, and that's the case from the very beginning, from the first sentences and what they set out to do, like, people are so slow, they go, yeah. And they kind of just ignore the fact that that's the case. because they want to see an observation.
I got you.
And I'm
I got
saying
it.
even then.
What you're saying is the headline is so buried into the flat Earth prerequisites that people can happily ignore the flat Earth prerequisites because they're just waiting for the observation. They're waiting to have the little looky-loo. So therefore, the fact that the 6227 feet elevation is perpendicular to a plane of reference, it's describing how high we are from sea level perpendicular to it on a vertical datum. That can be ignored because we haven't had a little looky-loo of a building and maybe how blurry it is at the bottom. Is that what you're saying?
Exactly, Nathan. They're looking for curvature.
Yeah. That's unfortunately exactly how they're thinking.
It doesn't change my attitude towards these two bearded twats. Oi, bearded twats. You've got a description of a flat Earth prerequisite elevation on screen. Now, I want acknowledgement. You felt fit to give a charlatan fraud liar who's put out so-called bets about whether or not Earth's flat in 10K challenges. Who's muttering through the top of me? Now I want acknowledgement. Now I want acknowledgement. Yeah, we've corrected you. We've pointed out how flat it's required to be by you and your use of a flat Earth. So I'd like a little link to my video and a little thank you. Thank you, Nathan. Yeah, we now do feel like a pair of right bearded twats for using all these flat Earth prerequisites to suggest curvature, when in reality it all falls apart in a place we call hard here on Flat Earth Debate. When you don't have any measurements if you deny them. What's that? You don't want your elevation from sea level, parallel planes, to describe your height in an altitude format, as is on screen now. You don't want that? Then don't use it, you pair of bearded twats! Because you'll get me shouting at you and calling you idiots. What's that? You're grateful for the rock that is foundational in terms of the flat Earth measurements you are definitely using. Yeah, you're going to sink to your knees and thank me for pointing it out where you were too stupid to even realise.
Was at 6,460 feet, a difference of 233 feet.
So you're describing the difference with respect to the parallel planes in altitude? So you've proven with this differential that it can only be flat. That's 6. 6 so far. That's 6 flat Earth measurements. Flat Earth prerequisites. And the last one was a differential of parallel planes measured on a vertical datum for elevation. To describe what you've just given your audience is an unequivocal prerequisite of a flat Earth. It's demonstrable. It's undeniable.
Using an online Earth curve calculator, we figured 166 feet would be hidden over the 19.5-mile distance from the South Shore.
So the height perpendicular to a plane on this side of the lake versus the height perpendicular to the same plane of reference on the other side of the lake with a distance in horizontal miles should give you a calculable curve. Now you're violating the base principle measurement, you pair of bearded idiots. What an outrage.
Leaving 67 feet still visible. So we continued down the east side of the lake to the south shore at Camp Richardson to find the dock to make our observations from. Here's what the dock near Camp Richardson looked like on Google.
Let's just cut a long story short for these pair of bearded twats. Hashtag shit shrinks. Yeah? Now, you're obviously too stupid to realise this, and you think that by using 6 different flat Earth prerequisites and having a little look through your camera about how much is missing at the bottom of a building, that means the Earth curve is violating the base principle measurements you've used? No. Let me break it down for 2 bearded idiots. If I take a brick and I put it at a couple of feet distance, I can see the brick. Now, if I put that brick at a mile away, there's a fairly reasonable chance that the brick becomes too small to see. That is to say, hashtag shit shrinks. As it moves further into the distance, the brick gets smaller and smaller and smaller until it vanishes. Now, if I build a 100-story building on top of that bottom brick, I still don't get to see the bottom brick. It is still too small to see. That's called perspective. Hashtag shit shrinks. But what's that? You can still see the building on top of it, so it must be Earth curve if I utilise 6 different flat Earth prerequisites, including the difference on a plane of reference for the 2 altitudes at other sides of a lake described with a flat Earth directionality. You're idiots. You don't understand how perspective works. Now, I don't have to entertain 2 bearded idiots about how things in the distance get so small that they vanish. And then you can put things on top of them, and you can see the things on top of them that are bigger, but the thing on the ground, in this case a brick, will still be invisible because it's too small to see at the distance that you're trying to see it. Now, why would I have to explain this to you? You've already measured Earth flat 6 different ways. Yeah, I've got to explain how perspective works, because in your dumb minds, you think because things get too small to see in the distance, at the bottoms of buildings, for example, that means an Earth curve is somehow involved when you've measured Earth flat to infer it. It's idiotic. You're both stupid.
Google
Agreed,
Earth.
Nathan. This
we
is
got
one of
there-
my favorite illustrations, and I hope it does make the book somehow.
What, the bricks?
Absolutely. It's so everybody can understand that, from your child to these bearded old men.
Well, let me go ahead and get this out there too. If you're doing a calculation that is in contradiction to measurement is not wrong.
That's correct.
Your calculation is flawed.
That's right. If it don't match with the measurement, you cannot keep the calculation. It has to line up with the measurement.
Yet, meanwhile, to describe how hashtag shit shrinks, that's to say my brick getting smaller into the distance, that will also require a horizontal plane of reference to describe the angular limitation. Yeah? I mean, I could quote Conspiracy Cats in terms of his use of a flat Earth. Oh, I'll give you a flat Earth for that. Yeah, you're damn right you will. It's required to describe the mathematisation of things disappearing into the distance with angular resolution loss. Now, why do I know this? Well, because we've spent 10 years with wankers violating flat Earth measurements to suggest they've got sphericity when they hijack perspective. That's what you pair of bearded idiots are doing. Do you not realise that stuff gets too small to see in the distance? But if you put things on top of that same exact thing that's got too small to see, you can see the thing on top, but not at the bottom with the angular resolution loss at distance. Hashtag shit shrinks, otherwise known as perspective. Did you not know this?
You know, it's so funny
you know,
that even in 2026 we have videos trying to disprove flat Earth, saying that both disappear bottom up like that. Like, it's like so stupid. Like, obviously they're hijacking the perspective.
You would think that
Bottom up is a description with respect to a plane of reference. You're describing the bottom disappearing first.
so why
You can't describe that without a plane of reference.
No, to say there's 3 feet missing. What do you mean 3 feet in the vertical with respect to the plane of reference that are missing? You'll be describing that description of the angular resolution loss with respect to a plane, and the feet that you say is missing that's suggestive of curvature to idiots is also in need of a flat plane. Yeah, precisely.
Go, Eli.
And the thing is, like, why call them 2 bearded idiots? Here's why. Because there's 2 things going on. One, like, I just had this same conversation with idiots in 24/7 yesterday, right? It's the same kind of thing. So, person comes with this idea that things disappear because of Earth curve, and you explain, first of all, here are the flat Earth prerequisites. Second of all, insert Nathan's brick example, which I have done. you would think as a reasonable person that at that point, a person goes, oh man, I've never considered that. I know that what you're saying is true. I just assumed that it would be Earth curve. Now, to add to that, you got all this flat Earth prerequisite stuff that's very interesting. From this point on in the conversation, I will no longer be a douche. You know what happens instead? They ignore everything you said and restart. They might give you another observation of the same thing. That's why they're two bearded idiots. They represent the people that we talk to every day.
We found that the end was closed, but we could still use the deck closer to shore to make our observations from.
Okay, we're at Camp Richardson, the dock for the coordinates for the south end of Lake Tahoe.
What'd you say? The coordinates, what are they?
Probably using latitude and longitude, Nathan. No, elevation angles with respect to flat Earth.
So we're up to 8. Still haven't made any assertions in terms of their observation proving their point that we've got a measurable curvature, but we've got positional information that is reliant on Earth being measured flat with elevation angles to stars to give them the coordinates. So your mapping information for your positional data requires Earth be flat. That's 8 so far. 8 measurements, 8 flat Earth prerequisites thus far.
And we believe...
I believe you're both a pair of bearded wankers. That's what I believe. And it's borne out in what you're doing, which is violating the base principle of the 8 flat Earth prerequisites that you've used thus far to suggest you've got some sort of curve. That's not a belief. It's actually a demonstrated fact. You are both idiots. And who's to blame for their idiocy? Well, they credited him, didn't they? They said this was as a result of Toon inviting them to do this. So perhaps go out and blame Toon because he's made you both look like fools.
We are seeing across to the north end of the lake to the Calneva Lodge.
There it is again. Flat Earth directionality.
That spot there is the Calneva Lodge building. 10 stories high.
Go ahead.
I want to go after whoever said that goes.
I think he's hot miking.
Eli, can you mute?
Oh, well, 8 stories high means that he's going to have a height in stories off of a surface level plane of reference.
CC, you got to go on mute, CC. Sorry, Nathan. He's just getting in, so he's trying to... Oh, there you go.
Oh, I did it.
Am I good?
Yes. Just to reiterate John's point, he just got lost in a little bit of hot miking. John's saying it doesn't matter if you give the height in stories, millimeters, kilometers, it doesn't matter what measurement. It's all perpendicular to a plane of reference. Saying, well, it's 10 stories high, yeah, that's still perpendicular to a plane of reference. Right, John? That's your point that you just made?
Yes. Yeah. You need that plane of reference to describe your height from it.
Yeah, it wouldn't matter if you gave it in kangaroos. It's still perpendicular to a plane.
You're definitely not seeing the whole building.
Idiots. Hashtag shit shrinks. It's called perspective. Yeah, you notice how it's quite a long way away? Yeah, things in the distance get smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller until they disappear. Is this a revelation to you? You pair of complete idiots. Is this coming as a shock? Yeah, it's also a sketch from a show called Father Ted. And what Father Ted does with his compadre Dougal is holds up a little toy cow. He says, Dougal, this cow is small. Those cows are far away. Because they appear the same freaking size. And the further away those cows get, the smaller they get. Yeah? Now, let's say we look into the distance at, I don't know, 5 kilometres. The cow vanishes. But the tower it stood next to can still be seen. What's that? Oh, the Earth curve got in the way of the No, you pair of idiots. Hashtag shit shrinks. And to describe that angular resolution loss, you'd also need a plane of reference.
Which would be the case if the Earth were flat. We're only seeing like the top half or so.
We took this picture.
That was funny. If the Earth was flat, that's all they've described and give evidence of so far.
Somebody put flat statement of fact into an if statement. That's the problem.
Yeah. Okay.
That's correct.
Well, let's just take that to its conclusion then. So you say if Earth's flat. So what your suggestion is that it isn't. Oh, so you're going to say you haven't got a horizontal distance. You're going to say you haven't got a horizontal direction. You're going to say your height, perpendicular planes of reference on a vertical datum doesn't function anymore. So in other words, hard place. If Earth's flat, so what, you want to get rid of all those measurements you've already appealed to, all 8 of them. You want to get rid of those. Then you've got nothing to base your shite on, have you, you pair of idiots? Yeah? It's called the hard place. Where suddenly, if Earth's flat, it is, you've used them. Those are the measurements. You don't have any option. If you want to use the kilometre distance that you're going to punch into your begging the question, proof of nothing, perspective hijacking Earth curve calculator, then you need to sink to your knees and put a named link in your video. The one where you thank me for pointing out how stupid you were, for suggesting in an if statement that what every measurement you've just appealed to isn't correct. Because if any of those measurements have your if applicable to them, you can't use them anymore, you pair of bearded idiots.
Look what it says on there. Lake Tahoe curvature, spherical Earth confirmed. See, the problem is, instead of saying if, they need to say because Earth is flat, this is what we see.
Using a smartphone through the spotting scope's 45 power lens. Clearly, we're only seeing the top half of the building, a 10-story building, mind you.
Oh, Dougal, I can only see half of the cow. Yeah, it's a very long way away. The bottom half is limited by angular resolution, like my brick example, Dougal. You take a brick and you put it a little bit far away and it's just a little bit smaller. A further away brick is going to be even smaller and eventually it'll disappear. But if you then cement that brick into the ground and build another 10 stories on top of it, shockingly, you can still see the rest of the building, but not the brick at the angular resolution limit. That would also require a flat plane of reference to describe the distance that you're seeing the loss. Yeah? Do you understand now? You're as stupid as Dougal on Father Ted. You don't understand perspective. Idiots. What's that? The bottom half's missing. It's not a shock.
So when I go to the Empire State Building and I stand 10 feet away from it and look up, the whole top is missing. Did that disappear behind Earth curves?
It's still above the lake level from its...
It's above the lake level, measured from sea level in an altitude description that you can... It's one of the 8 flat Earth measurements. You just put that into an if statement, though. Why is it that you've suggested there's an if statement about these flat Earth measurements? You're still using them. So there's no if about the flat Earth horizontal datum with respect to the perpendicularity that you're using for this height in the vertical, is there? It's not an if statement, you pair of dumbasses. You're using it. You're appealing to it. If it doesn't exist as a true axiomatic statement, that's to say it exists as an if, then you can't appeal to it.
Space. So the calculations of how much be hidden and how much was showing looked pretty accurate. Here's a side view of the Kauniva Lodge from the east and how much we saw through the spot.
So here's it from a closer distance, and it's bigger, and we see more of it. Wow. You two need locking up, like committing, because you're both idiots, like mentally retarded.
Spotting scope. Here's a picture we took through the lens of a 50 power Canon power shot. The waves on that day were less than a foot high, and you can
Right, the waves were what? Less than a foot high, as in the description of the height of the waves will and can only be described in the vertical, perpendicular to a plane of reference also. That's 9. 9 flat Earth measurements and prerequisites so far. Oh my God. You two are incredibly stupid. You're reliant on a flat Earth for everything that you're using measurements of. Without exception, everything you've ascribed a measurement to so far has required Earth be measured flat. Everything. Right down to the most subtle of details, in this case, the height of the waves.
You can see only the top half of a 10-story building, and the base of that building is already 100 feet or more above the lake level.
So the description axiomatically requires lake level and 100 foot on a vertical datum, parallel planes of reference to describe its altitude in stories or in feet. Yeah, that's correct. Meanwhile, the bottom of the building is too small to see. It's beyond the angular resolution limit of this camera. That's it. That's the only explanation. Not that I should have to explain this to two bearded idiots. Why am I having to correct them? They're already using, 9 different flat Earth prerequisites to begin with. It's not like they're going to get away from how flat they've already measured Earth, is it? But I've still got to explain to them, yeah, dumbos, are you as stupid as Dougal? This cow is small. Those cows are far away. Are you hearing me? Yeah, I want you to put a link. I want you to acknowledge how you've been corrected with your use of 9 different flat Earth measurements and prerequisites thus far. See if we can get to 10.
So the lake is not flat.
Sorry, the lake is absolutely unequivocally flat. You've measured the horizontal distance across it. You've described directionality with respect to south and the ends of the lake. You've described how high the building is on a parallel plane of reference. You've described the altitude from sea level for the lake itself. You've described how high the waves are off a plane of reference. You've even called it lake level. Are you really this stupid? And are you going to tell me after all of these flat Earth measurements you are relying on that it's not flat? You need committing. Yeah, you both need locking up in an insane asylum. You're both idiots.
Confirmed curvature.
No, you've just seen things that are too small to see in the distance. You pair of idiots.
Thanks for watching. Now be sure to like and subscribe.
No, I'll be sure to call you both retards. Because you've relied on flat Earth measurements throughout the entirety of the video for a 5-second conclusion that violates every measurement you made. You think that's going to get me liking you? No, it's getting you called stupid. That's what it actually got you. Yeah? Now, I'd like an acknowledgement from these two bearded wankers. We've corrected you. We've pointed out the error in your ways. We've pointed out how your measurements are and can only be flat. And I'd like an acknowledgement of those facts. You saw fit to shout out Toon the charlatan. Now you can shout me out. You can put a nice little link below your video. Thank you, Nathan. We didn't quite realise that 9 different flat Earth prerequisites meant that we needed Earth to be flat to make our claim. For the 5 seconds right at the end of the video that we made it. We didn't realise. We were too stupid. So thank you, Nathan. That's what I expect. A nice little link to my video. Not a shout out to Toon, the frickin' charlatan.
And we did get to meet Michael Toon and his wife Tina on January 11th.
Oh, how lovely. You got the smiling goon Toon, fraud, charlatan, shitbag, liar. Was 100 times telling you needed an elevation profile, or an elevation angle, or a horizontal distance not enough for you, Toon? Because I'd say you owe me 10 grand. What's that? You want to deny the flat Earth prerequisites and then goon your way into this camera? Yeah, you're a charlatan, Toon. There's no two ways about it. What's that? I diverted to measurements. Yeah, it's the same measurements these two bearded wankers are using, though, aren't they? Like horizontal distance, angular resolution. These are all measurements that require Earth be flat. And you're using them. You're inviting audiences to go out and use flat Earth measurements, Toon. Idiot.
We had spent the day together talking about science and taking some
No,
measurements.
you didn't. Toon wouldn't know science if it slapped him in the face. He hasn't got the slightest clue. You called this an experiment. Yeah, my memory's not short enough to forget what you've labelled this crap, where you have a little look through a camera and then run a load of flat Earth measurements through a calculation that violates the base principle of all 9 of the axiomatic flat Earth prerequisites that you've used. Idiots! You didn't do science here. Did Toon tell you that this was science? No, he's a charlatan. No, you didn't establish the cause of any natural phenomena. No. But what you did was pseudoscience that violated the base flat Earth measurement principles that you've used 9 times. That's what you actually did.
Of the Earth. It was a good day.
Was it? Did I ruin it? Yeah? Did I ruin your great day with your charlatan fraud friend McToon by pointing out how flat you measured Earth 9 times? Did I put a bit of dampener on it? Yeah, I expect acknowledgement. Lest you be deemed cowards as well as idiots. We're done. Any last comments before I round out for the after show?
Oh, yes, I would like to make a comment. I think this is where you do your good work, Nathan, when you critique a video like this. I know you've been into Flat Earth for 10 years and you're trying to move away from the old school stuff, but I think with the newbies who are coming in and the old schools who may not get it, if you could be less insulting to the thing and more instructive into the way you're delivering, because it's great, highlighted that 1 or 2 fun comments on the characters, it'll be brilliant. And this is your good work. This is what's going to help you along now in your in your future. I think with your book and things coming out. I think this is great what you're doing. This is necessary. This is what's going to help people along here. But you don't want to do this, it seems, and you can tell because the insults are coming in at 10 to the dozen. Not necessary, but great work anyway. All the same, just drop the insults. That's all. Thank you.
Okay. I mean, when it comes to the insults, people like Toon would have my kids taken away from me. They're the kind of people that report me to social services and suggest that I'm not a worthy father of having children. That's what I get. Now, me calling them idiots is tame by comparison to what we've been told to do over the last 10 years. Drink bleach, jump off tall buildings measured perpendicular to a plane of reference. And literally, on multiple occasions, these bastards have reported me to social services like I'm not a fit father. Now, calling them idiots is the thin end of the wedge. You're right. It doesn't alter my disdain and desire not to cover this kind of crap in future. Yeah? Why would we need to cover it? Somebody else who just measures a distance to a boathouse in the distance and describes how far away it is would use the exact same flat Earth prerequisites without drawing a conclusion that there's a sphere blocking the view when we've got a limitation in angular resolution. That's to say, this cow is small, that cow is far away. Yeah, these two are idiots. There's no uncertain terms about what I'm describing them as. They're idiots. They didn't realise how stupid they were till I came along because they were being defrauded by a goon and his wife, who lied to them about them doing experiments. They did no such thing. They just measured Earth flat 9 different ways. That's all they did. So I will call them idiots. I'm not suggesting they have their balls cut off, like it has been suggested to me. I'm not suggesting that they should have their children taken away, like it's suggested that I should have. I'm not suggesting that they get forced off a tall building to prove some gravity force. I'm not suggesting any of these things. Those are the things that have been put to me. I'm just calling them idiots because they are idiots. If they say, if Earth is flat, well, then what about all these flat Earth measurements that you've used 9 different ways? You don't want those anymore. Well, what are you basing your garbage on then? Nothing. You haven't got anything to base it on. What's that? You do want to use horizontal linear miles or kilometres and perpendicular planes of reference and the flat lake level to describe how high in feet the waves are. You do want to use all those. Then you can sink to your stupid dumb knees in acknowledgement how flat you require it to be. You pair of bearded idiots. That is what they are.
Yeah, I do feel, sorry to cut you off there, I do feel the onslaught is detrimental to the good work you're doing. It could put people off who are just coming in, and some of the old school as well. You're doing fantastic work. I just think you're ruining it with all the insults
Ruining
that are
what?
coming in at
Well,
10 to
let me just
dozen.
address that. Okay.
The delivery,
I get you.
the delivery of the information.
I heard you.
That you're
I heard you
doing.
the first time. Yeah, ruining.
Sorry, yeah.
I got you. Yeah. It doesn't matter if I am using profanity. It will not change how flat these two bearded idiots measured Earth, or how Earth is required to be measured flat by the next pair of idiots that come along. If I get run over by a bus tomorrow, these two idiots will still go out and make their next flat Earth prerequisite using video, because that's how Earth is measured. So it doesn't matter if I call them bearded idiots. Furthermore, when you say it's going to affect the person that's listening, doesn't matter. Literally, it makes no difference at all. What's that? You don't like how I, as an individual, speak? That has absolutely no bearing on the horizontal linear mile measurements. Doesn't make any difference to how 1 foot wave is going to be measured perpendicular to a plane, and a 10-story building is the exact same. How the lake level is perpendicular to sea level. All of these axiomatic principles will remain as facts, regardless of how sharp my tongue is. Or whether or not my sharp tongue means the next man doesn't like how I'm disseminating these facts. Doesn't matter. Literally. If you're that audience member and you go, you know what, I don't like that Nathan's calling me a fucking retard. Tough shit. Earth's still measured flat. It's a fact. You not liking me is what I'm moaning about, because that's what it gets turned into. I don't think Nathan's a worthy father. Let's call social services. What's that got to do with how linear and horizontal the miles are? Nothing. But you're making it about me. And I don't like it. I'm sick of it, in fact. It's disgraceful and inconsequential to the actual facts in the matter. How I spit these facts is utterly irrelevant to how flat Earth is being dealt with by everyone, always and without exception. Whether or not you, an audience member, understand that, or say, I'm going to use the excuse that Nathan said the word fuck 3 times in this video to not get it. I don't care. It will not change how Earth is measured. It's utterly inconsequential.
Yeah, exactly. Forget about it. Bearing that you're colorblind, say you're not colorblind, and me and refracted curvature, we paint my whole house red. And then we both stand back, look at it, admire it, and say what a great shade of blue it was. What would you call us?
Idiots.
Exactly.
That's a good example, Neil.
Yeah, okay, yeah. Do you want more viewers, more subscribers?
Yeah, idiots is not bad. Come on, now we're
no. Look, hang on a minute, Neil. I'm not saying that idiot is a bad word. It's coming all the way through the video almost. We can see that they've made their errors. I think it's still anyway. Look, I've made my comment. You know what I got to say on that. You've responded. I'm talking to whether you want more people coming in, more numbers because you're being censored. Blah blah blah. All that you've got your book coming out. It's up to you. Deliver it as you want. Your show, your way. Good luck. Thank you.
Now I will, when he calls you a name, I'll defend it and say, you don't need to go down that path with Jin. But these two numpties, they are idiots. There's bar none.
Fair enough. With that, though, I am going to say, if you are watching this on either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley Premiering Streams, then stay tuned, as there will be an after show to follow.
Yeah, but you're putting a book out. I mean, you want more numbers. I don't get it.
Yeah, him calling him an idiot is not going to get him more numbers. Being heavily censored. The information going out is second to none. Now, I don't agree with the vulgarity. That I think he can stray away from. But to me, calling somebody an idiot when they're doing something that demonstrates that they're being idiots, me personally, I don't find that offensive.
I think that the differentiation that needs to be made between the videos that Nathan has been trying to do, which is to simply just show people normally measuring the earth flat without any attempt to qualify curvature or flat, or like these guys were doing. Those people, I have not heard him at all say anything to the effect.
Exactly, Surf Daddy. You hit it right on the head.
They
You
are
don't
it.
hear Nathan calling regular people doing regular things, measuring Earth flat. You don't hear him calling them any sorts of names.
No, in fact, some of the ones that I've enjoyed the most, the one guy with the topographical map and the guy with the trig points and that stuff, he's been favorable. Oh, let's see more of these, or this is exactly what we want to show. These two, which the panel forced on him, and he said he didn't want to do it because he knew what was coming, because Toon put him up to it, and they were purposefully deceptive in how they were doing it. I think those videos, while it was instructive today, and I did enjoy the analysis, it should also be noted that these are the guys that are being the anti-flat earther, deceptive people, and they do deserve a little bit of scorn, and just toning it down a little bit so that it's more shareable. I agree with Jen on that part, that it's more shareable without the invectives. But this video, they deserved it for the reasons that Nathan's been trying to shy away from them. Because
You're talking about the vulgarity, not the word idiot, right?
Right? Yeah, no. These guys were idiots.
Right.
They were purposely doing this stuff. No, the normie videos where they're, oh, here's how to figure out elevation, rides over run. Good grief. Those are the ones that will hopefully make people think. And vulgarity should absolutely, of any kind, really should be avoided, because that's what will make those videos and those
Yeah, but like you said, when he does those videos, there is no vulgarity. There is no calling people idiots.
Right.
Because
Yeah, if I can
message are
interject here. If I can interject here just quickly. Sorry, Sir Daddy. The point is, when Nathan's doing those lovely videos where they're telling us how Earth is measured flat and he's not throwing any insults on that, the message that we're living on a flat Earth is not being emphasized. And I think that's necessary.
We don't have to. That's our point, Jim.
No. You're not letting me finish again, Neil, please. Can I just get to my point, please? I haven't reached my point yet. I haven't even reached my point yet. My point is this. I understand that Nathan's want to increase his reduce the censorship and get the numbers like Wayne gets in viewers. So you're going to have to not mention Earth is flat so much. I get that. Okay, but for me, if I'm going to use the Wayne, I'm going to mention that this proves that we're living on a flat Earth, because I want to get that message out. I'm not after numbers, am I? I'm after numbers from the streets, people on the, people to be aware. And this video is perfect for that. So I understand where you're coming from. I'm just saying that I think the message is lost. That's what I'm saying.
When he's doing the normal videos, he does say Earth is measured flat as they're doing it.
Right.
No, I'm saying we're living on a flat Earth. Is what I'm saying. The impact that we're actually living on a flat Earth is being lost there. That's the point I'm saying.
Go ahead, John.
Go ahead, John.
So you think there's a distinction between measuring the Earth flat and living on the Earth that is flat?
That's what John, that's what the 10 years has been about. At the beginning, we were trying to tell people that we're actually living on a flat Earth. That's what the flat Earth revival was all about. And
that is ridiculous.
Well, that's what it was about. That's what it was about. You are debunking the globe, thus proving we're living on a flat Earth. We're not living on a globe. That's what it was all about for the last 10 years.
Try it with Neil's example. So Neil says there's two guys painting a house in red paint. And then some other people come along and say, no, that's blue paint. And you're saying, well, just saying I've painted the house red isn't enough. You need to say, that means the house is red and it's not blue. And Neil's saying, no, that's really not necessary. It's just a red house that you've painted. You don't have to make a logical consistency statement about a red house when you painted it red. Therefore, it's red. Were you unaware that it's not blue? That's not necessary.
You know what I'm saying? We're talking about people at the beginning of this 2015 movement of flat Earth. People were believing they're living on a globe. That's what we were doing, debunking the globe, helping people to understand they're living on a flat Earth.
Yeah, but it's
That's what it was all
2026
about.
now.
That's what it was
It's
all
not
about. And I
2015
hang on,
anymore.
you're interrupting me. Can I not speak? God, blimey. I don't interrupt you. Anyway, that's enough for now. Good luck. Thanks. No more comments.
I don't mean to interrupt you, Jim. I'm just saying, yeah, 2015, that was great. We're trying to get it across that it is now 2026. Now we're on a whole nother level, Jim.
Good luck with that.
Yeah, and that's what's going to break through. It's not going to be saying you're not living on this and they're liars and this is a conspiracy. It's going to be normal people measuring Earth flat. That's why they separated it. That's why they put it in the science category.
Yeah, why build something completely new and say we're going to start from the ground up, tell everybody Earth is flat? And they already know. They've just lost respect for the plane of reference.
Yeah, and if we keep bringing it to their attention, and normal people, not some people from what they call a flat Earth cult, but regular surveyors, regular people doing celestial navigation, regular people, pilots, flying, just doing what they do for their livelihood, demonstrating how Earth is measured flat. Now, why would I need to say anything else other than what they're accomplishing and where they're accomplishing it on?
Also, we should potentially be bringing it home to the facts in regards to what these guys have used. So they've used Google Earth distance measurements, right? Okay. So does that mean that we need to go to Google Earth and inflict the same shit that I've had to deal with and suggest that they have their kids taken off them? They're literally publishing a website with flat Earth measurements on it. Are they getting told at the top of the table of Google that they shouldn't have kids and should be castrated? So that's the tact I'm going to now take. It's like, I've been saying Earth's flat and I've been reported to social services for it. What about Google Earth? We're going to now go and report the people who made those maps and give those horizontal distances to social services so they can have their kids removed from them. Because they've got flat Earth measurements in this website. Google Earth's got flat Earth linear horizontal miles and kilometres. Those are facts of a flat Earth that they are putting on Google Earth. So it only seems reasonable by the standard that society has deemed worthy of us having to put up with, that surely Google, for giving us flat Earth measurements, surely they're going to be inflicted the same exact shit, right?
Well, no, because they have to use it.
The floating coordinate system, the planar coordinate system that they call the floating system, where they use divergent zeniths, is still planar in nature, using the Earth as a flat plane to create that sphere you look at on Google Earth. This has got to be the most underhanded and dastardly thing ever done. But it kind of sickens me a little bit to think that they can use flat Earth measurements, but flat earthers can't, without being called conspiracy theorists. That's wrong.
Without being as bad as the monsters we fight against, I want this to be something that people think about, a way that we can make that have consequences to those who just get away with measuring Earth flat. Because we're at the moment saying, well, it's no big deal, it's just measured flat. Well, it's like, well, no, the world has made it a big deal to the point where it suggested I should have my kids taken away. So therefore, that extends to everybody measuring Earth flat then. And if you say no, it's like, well, why not? It's only tolerable when I say Earth's flat because you've measured it flat. That's Google. You're not going to have social services coming around to you for measuring it flat, but I, for saying therefore it's flat, am entitled to have social services reports made against me. That seems unreasonable. And it's only when you put the standards in a very clear and concise way how they could be, I'm not saying they should be, but how they could be applied to them, in this case Google, and the people who laid down those flat Earth measurements. So how would they feel if suddenly the world was at their door with pitchforks saying their kids should be removed? Suddenly maybe attitudes would be changing because they're the ones who are censoring us, aren't they? Google run YouTube. But yet they get away with putting out the flat Earth measurements on their mapping site. But no one's coming to the heads of the top of Google Earth and having their kids suggestively taken away. Okay, that seems like a bit of a double standard, because all I'm doing is pointing out how flat it is based on their measurements of a flat Earth. But they get away with no social services reports. This seems very wrong. Maybe the fear of God will be put into them when there's a suggestion that maybe that could be the case. That maybe where someone like McToon would suggest that I have my kids taken away, maybe he should be suggesting, that's Toon, by a reasonable extension of the same standard, that the people at Google would only be right to have their kids removed from them, right? Obviously, they're idiots and should be forced off top of tall buildings to prove gravity perpendicular to a plane of reference also, after being castrated. Maybe that will fear them into realising the egregious treatment their censorship causes when flat earthers get told, no, you need a tramp stamp. Why? Does Google Earth have a tramp stamp? Would it be the case that if you had a tramp stamp underneath Google Earth that says, even though we've measured Earth flat for this horizontal linear distance and a deviation thereof on the topographical changes that we show with our measurements, that means that Earth isn't necessarily flat, so that people who read that can go, oh, well, I'm going to go and tell the people at Google Earth that they should have their kids taken away, because they're clearly saying it is with these measurements.
I mean, yeah, I'm starting to wonder. It seems a little bit one-sided. You know what I mean? Like we're not even denying the measurements, right? We're sticking with them, and we're being, discriminated against. It seems insane.
Yeah, just the fact that we're doing measurements and they're doing measurements, that declares it flat. And yeah, we're getting the brunt of it. Like they can say whatever they want.
Well, no, they can't. That is the point. It's only when the persecutors have the standards held against them that things change. That's when things actually change. So they go, yeah, of course it's okay to tell them that they should have their kids taken off them because it doesn't apply to me. So I'm all right. What's that? That standard can be applied to me? Well, we better change this standard quick. That's what happens. That's how things get changed. When suddenly the standard applies to them. Well, you're measuring Earth flat, Google. So I think we need some names of the people who've made these measurements so that the standards that have been tolerable by you and your tramp stamp start applying to your own kind. That's when they'll go, oh, well, we better change things then. If this egregious, disgusting behaviour we've had to put up with suddenly might be applied to us, oh, well, then we better change it then. Us moaning about how egregious the treatment is towards us won't change a damn thing, because the people who are persecuting us with this standard don't give a shit. It's only, as I say, when suddenly that standard might be pointed at them that they'll start to care.
Yeah, but I don't think it'll ever be pointed at them.
There is legal precedent for that as well. Happens all the time.
Yeah, but you think that'll happen here?
Well, that's how they move legislation into place. They marginalize a group, make them the other, and move the legislation forward against the other, and then it has to be applied evenly. And then,
yeah, but you know what you're talking about?
What?
I'm talking about a whole paradigm.
I know, that's what's so beautiful about it, man.
Hey, I would love to see that happen.
I wouldn't stop laughing for a week if it did.
I don't think so, because the number of conspiracy theory videos that are popping up The number of movies pointing to conspiracy, the number of alien movies coming out, the number of times that they mock flat Earth in the movies is rising higher and higher. I've been noticing it a lot more lately. They're not ready yet, John.
Well, it doesn't really matter. They've already marginalized a group and made it acceptable for this kind of behavior and these things to be done. And, you have to apply the law evenly.
That's true.
I mean, it's kind of sounding like flat earthers may have a class action lawsuit against these governmental agencies if they don't enforce it.
Now you're thinking like I'm thinking. Exactly. Your only way of making a change is by taking it to the people who instigate these egregious standards and saying, you do realise these egregious standards also apply to you. And then they go, oh, well, we better change them then. It's like if you go, your egregious standards apply to me and it's making my life hard. They go, oh, I'll deal with it. But when you go, oh, they apply to you. So I'm just going to get in touch with social services because obviously you showing flat earth measurements without a tramp stamp, really you shouldn't have kids.
So let's do it.
I'd like to talk to Anthony first.
Okay, so let's hold off.
Because, I mean, it has the feel of a class action lawsuit, in my opinion. Now, I don't know, Anthony is well-versed in law. I would like to talk to him about it.
Hold on. Good luck convincing Anthony Riley that they're measuring Earth flat. Good luck.
No, Anthony can talk about it hypothetically. He could. Anthony's really smart. He can handle it.
Well, just on our little back and forth we had with the sexton, and even later on, up until recently, I had a back and forth with Riley over that. And he still ain't saying it. Are you saying he's able to separate it from his livelihood, like lawyer?
Yeah, he does it all the time. He compartmentalizes stuff all the time.
No, I don't accept. No, he can't not see it. Like because
we're talking about, he does.
Okay, we can talk about the sextant, but then again, a simple example of an airplane and them using trigonometry for the process of landing and taking off.
Yeah, he might get that.
So there is no that could still be that's not. I'm not hearing that. For somebody that I think is smart enough, I'm not accepting that. I need to hear him be dumb to write him off. Because I'm not accepting
I never
this.
said he was
I don't
dumb.
understand the sex. I'm saying it. If he doesn't understand that the earth is measured flat.
No. I'm talking specifically the discussion we had pertaining to the sextant. He was denying that it was the ground that is the horizontal baseline the observer is standing on. We went back and forth for a good hour.
No, so I mean, I don't. What's the point of the contention? So because it's like, what exactly do you think is happening? What's the actual? No, it's not the ground. What is it then?
Refracted. Do you remember what he was saying?
Yeah, he's trying to separate the conceptual unit from the reference so that it is no longer a measurement, by saying it's not the ground, right?
But it isn't the ground, it's sea level.
Good point. Right. But he uses the horizon as his staying point because he thinks to him that the horizon must be a physical location for you to use dip correction.
Let me read his latest statement to me. Hold on to your seats. Whether that datum is created while stood in a football field, on the rooftop of a skyscraper, on a rolling boat, on the waves, or any other examples you can think of, it has diddly squat to do with the surface you are stood on. In the same way,
So he's described.
in the same way
he's
that
described
the map
about.
is not the terrain. Sorry, go ahead, Nathan.
It's described 4 different surfaces, and then said it's got nothing to do with the surfaces I've specifically detailed. You've just detailed those surfaces. So even if it's on this particular surface, doesn't mean it's got anything to do with the surface. Well, you've just said it's doesn't matter if it's what on a football field. That's the surface, though, isn't it? On the waves, that's the surface, then, isn't it? It's their way of saying, I want to use all of these detailed descriptions of measurements from the flat surface, but they've got nothing to do with the surface. It's absolutely laughable.
He goes on to say, in the same way that the map is not the terrain, the created datum within a sextant is also not the terrain either. It's just a horizontal datum from which an angle can then be measured.
So it's just an angle measurement from the horizontal plane that we'll be using the maps to find our way around with. But it's got nothing to do with the land and it being flat when we use the flat land for the mapping that we're going to find our way on the land with. This is ludicrous. Called clutching at straws.
But what started this was when we were using the sextant to establish horizontal by aiming, and using the sextant and calibrating our elevation angle with respect to the horizon. He said the only way that could be possible is if it was a physical location, which it's non sequitur. It doesn't make sense for him to, but that was his sticking point. That was his axiomatic truth that he would not let go of. And that's what's caused all this contention.
Yeah, he said you use the sextant to create a horizontal datum from which an angle can then be measured. That's it. It has no further function.
But plus, the horizon is where the sky meets the surface of the Earth, in that case, sea level. So you are utilizing sea level when using the horizon to establish horizontal. And then when you've done all that, you'll have the GP at sea level and the GP's eye at sea level, which is a radius straight line distance.
What's GP stand for?
Geographical position or ground position.
It's nothing to do with the ground.
Position.
When you're describing a ground position, I'm thinking no. Clutching at straws won't get away from the facts in this regard. You're measuring the point on the ground below a star. On the ground, so you can navigate the surface with it. It's got nothing to do with the surface, just establishing a horizontal datum. Yes, so we can navigate with it on the ground.
Well, he says sextants don't measure the Earth to be flat. They create a horizontal datum from which an angle is then measured. Nothing to do with the Earth in any way at all. Does Nathan still say that a sextant measures the Earth to be flat?
Yeah, it does. It's got a horizon mirror. The horizon's formed with the surface level meeting the sky. That's what it's using. Does he not know what a sextant is?
So it's not, it is measuring the flat, but it's also using the Earth, which is sea level, to establish the, it's using the levelness of the ocean to establish the elevation angle.
I missed who was saying this. Who is saying all this, Neil? I was out doing the dishwasher.
Anthony Riley.
Anthony Riley's saying that. Oh, right. So not measuring the horizon as a plane of reference formed with the ground then. It's nothing to do with the ground. So what were you using it for again? To navigate the ground?
Right. He says that you can get horizons anywhere. It has nothing to do with the ground.
This is what I'm saying.
To do with the ground.
This is what I mean.
So Anthony doesn't know what a horizon is.
This is what I was saying yesterday. Like,
Just one second. Let me
Flat
just round out this
earthers-
point. Sorry, Eli.
Go ahead.
So, can someone define what a horizon is without using the word ground, please? Anthony, I'm rooting for you. I'm playing what's called devil's advocate for your shite point that makes no sense. Not the ground. Somebody define horizon without using the word ground then. Go ahead. Somebody. For Anthony. We're rooting for you, Anthony.
He said it is the point of optical disillusionment.
That's correct.
But that's
Or
what
you
it's
could say,
that's what it's defined as. That's not what a horizon's defined as.
Yeah,
Where
that's
the
not the
surface of the Earth and the sky appear to meet, and
No, you didn't hear me.
this-
No, I'm rooting for Anthony. He's saying not the surface, where the surface meets the ground. No, that would involve it being the surface, making Anthony wrong, wouldn't it?
Yes.
Oh, it's okay,
Well,
Anthony. I mean, I rooted for you. I tried to get people to define the horizon as not having anything to do with where the ground appears to meet the sky. I mean, the ground doesn't ever actually meet the sky, but that point of dissolution of the... What is it that's being a point of dissolution exactly? What is it that reaches that point that he described it as that's not the definition of a horizon? What is it that's reaching that optical dissolution point? Is it the ground, by any chance? Oh, it's not the ground. It's an optical dissolution point of nothingness. No, it's the ground that's reaching a point of optical dissolution, as he puts it. However, that's not the definition of a horizon. It's the point where the ground, or sea, appears to meet the sky. The apparent bit being that it doesn't actually meet the sky. What doesn't actually meet the sky at the apparent point that he's calling optical dissolution? Well, the ground. But he's saying it's nothing to do with the ground. What a shill.
Yeah, that's why me and Brian were so flustered that one day. Because I think you could get it if it was one-on-one.
Maybe this will clear it up, refracted.
Wait. I'm still waiting.
Oh, my bad,
Okay.
Eli. Go ahead.
So this is my frustration with flat earthers. It's again, all of the prerequisites are like not accepted by these flat earthers that I some of them are questionable, man. And when I say questionable, it's like, they'll choose to argue with gas pressure requiring containment. They'll choose to argue with the black swan. They'll choose to argue with elevation angles. And it's like, it's interesting that you guys are always there in parallel with the Glover's arguments. And for Anthony Riley, I mean, again, I'm sorry, I tried to come up with, or did come up with, a housekeeping question that said level was horizontal, and that means the earth is horizontal. And Brian said, hell no. I say, hell yes.
Okay, back to the sextant. What does it measure exactly? Is it elevation angles that we're measuring with a sextant?
Well, this is going to clear it up. He says...
Is that what we're measuring? Just yes or no? Is it an elevation angle that we measure with a sextant?
It certainly is.
Say again? I didn't hear your response. Do we measure elevation angles with the sextant?
Yes, Nathan. Yes, that's definitely what's being measured.
What's elevation?
Angle.
What does elevation mean? Just before we do, just so we're all rooting for Anthony to not appear like a fucking retard. Elevation without saying the word ground. What does elevation mean? Because Anthony's under this impression that we're not measuring anything to do with the ground, nothing to do with the ground. So can someone define what an elevation angle is without using the word ground? Because we all want to root for Anthony. No one wants to call him a complete fucking retard. Like he's completely idiotic. Because obviously we can define what an elevation angle is without the use of the ground, can't we?
Man, you making this hard.
I was just going to say the same thing. Well,
Anthony,
can't do
if
that.
you're out there listening, we're really rooting for you to not come across as a spastic. But when we're measuring elevation angles, it's kind of difficult to not tie that very specifically to the ground, because that's what elevation is with regards to how high you are off the ground. What's that? Not the ground. Now, I'm just pretty sure you were dropped on your head, Anthony, because you're coming across like a retard. No, when we describe measuring elevation angles, they're quite specifically to do with the ground. Why, are you a retard, Anthony? Not the ground. What the fuck do you think elevation means, you complete cretin?
I think he's confusing what the mirrors are for. Now listen, I understand this section does not measure the ground. If you think it does, more fool you. Nathan muted me, interrupted me, and constantly then accused me of interrupting him at opportunity he could. Would not answer the next question because it kills his claim, and lied about making a 180 turn as a distraction away from answering. Here's what it is. He said he played every trick to avoid answering what I asked him. I asked him to take me through the process of getting the measured angle and then narrow it down to what the mirrors are for. He knew full well that the mirrors demonstrate the measurement is only angular.
Yeah, it's a horizon mirror. The horizon's very specifically to do with the ground.
He says, and not of the horizon. It's with
a
respect to
horizon
the
mirror.
Wait. He says he knew full well the mirrors demonstrate that the measurement is only angular and not of the horizon. It's with respect to the horizon only.
So it's nothing to do with the horizon. It's with respect to the horizon. Was he dropped on his head at some point?
Everything is done within the device. Nothing is measuring the ground. Even if you make the corrections, it still is not a measurement of the ground.
So
he
it's
is
not
conflating the applied function with the net result.
Back to, we're measuring an elevation angle. So again, just to give Anthony the best of chances, can somebody describe what an elevation angle is without referencing the ground, please? Go.
That question is so hard. I don't.
Height off air level.
Height off air level? No, that's wrong.
I think he's getting confused with gravity because he's getting confused because he's saying that even if you make the correction, it still is not a measurement of the ground. He's conflating the applied function with the net result exactly the same as the Bloch's do with calculating the effect of gravity, and therefore it must be a force. Nathan is doing the exact same fallacy.
What fallacy?
Reification. He chooses to ignore his reification because it's convenient for him to do so.
Are we just measuring
Like,
an
no,
elevation angle?
this is what ballers do when they don't understand the difference between an axiom and a hypothetical. Because I don't go, well, I open my window, peek through my that's a tree right there. See, what you're doing is you're begging the question. See, that's reification. No, you idiot. That is a tree. You are referencing the ground.
What, like with elevation angles that are measured with respect to this tool that uses the horizon that's specifically formed with the ground. But it's nothing to do with the ground. The ground's not involved. Elevation, what's that got to do with the ground? It's your height off the ground, you fuckwit.
Well, beware of those who fight monsters, lest you become one.
Yeah.
I think it's one of the.
Now, let me ask you a
It might be a
question.
little bit about it.
Do you think Riley would be speaking this way if he sat on a panel every day with us while 10th Man was breaking down celestial navigation? I think not. I think he came in raw to it and does not comprehend what's being done.
Yeah, that's the problem. Anthony doesn't comprehend how elevation is very specifically with respect to the ground. An elevation angle measuring tool like a sextant with a horizon mirror is very specifically to do with the ground, but he says it's not the ground. And Nathan rumpus me. Oh, bless. Did you get rumpused? Oh, it doesn't matter, Anthony. You not understanding how elevation is directly tied to the ground for an elevation angle measurement with a tool that uses the ground and its apparent meeting of the sky in the form of the horizon. How that's not the ground according to you either. Yeah, that's just you being a dimwit. Doesn't change how we do measure Earth with the surface level. How elevation is directly tied to the ground because we're going to be mapping, charting and navigating the fucking ground.
Say like
Yeah, but the sextant is not measuring the ground.
Sorry,
Yeah, but
what's the
listen,
horizon
2.5
again?
years
Sorry,
ago-
did we not go through this in terms of we tried to help you out, Anthony? We tried to define the horizon without it involving the ground, and we couldn't do that. And your ham-handed way of defining it as a resolution limit, a dissolution point, that's not the definition of a horizon. But even if we take that as red, which it isn't, red, as in red from the definition, it still would require something be disillusioning, or however you put the plural of it. That would be the ground. The point where the ground reaches an optical dissolution point in your, not the, definition of what a horizon is. It's not the empty void of nothingness that's reached an optical dissolution point. It's the fucking ground.
Oh, I think I got his mistake right here. Hold on. The issue is not whether Nathan knows more than me or not. It's only what the sextant measures. It measures an arc segment in arc minutes and seconds. And that's all it measures, nothing more. Everything after this measurement is some kind of conversion, but not a measurement and not of Earth or the horizon.
Okay, so the arc second. What forms one of the lines of the angle that gives you an arc second description? What's one of the lines?
Better not be the ground or he's in trouble.
Anthony, you're an idiot. Is it not that I know more than you? I do. Absolutely. That's why I get to call you a fucking retard in this circumstance, where you deny the fundamental principle of elevation angle measurement. What's that? Elevation's got nothing to do with the ground? No, you're just a fuckwit who knows a lot less about this than I do. Fuckwit, retard, dumbass, clown. Meanwhile, it doesn't matter how fucking idiotic Anthony Riley is, how stupid Anthony is, doesn't change that we're navigating the fucking ground with elevation angle measurements. That's the ground. What's that? Well, let's have a look at what the tool's got on the labels for the mirrors. What, like horizon? That's formed with the ground? Idiot. Just to clear that up, Anthony, I know a lot more about this subject than you. Just to be absolutely clear, because you're suggesting to Neil that it's not about whether or not I know more than you. I do.
Yeah, it's the sad part. I think if he was around with us and going through it with us, there's no way he'd be speaking this way.
Yeah, I fought it pretty hard for almost a year. So I have a lot of sympathy for it.
Exactly, Refract.
But we've really refined it to a point. You know what I mean? Like, we were taking various chunks of information and comprehending it and what would you call it? Putting it through the ringer to see if it's true.
But why is there always someone extremely close that's there to oppose something that is actually fundamental and has been fundamental all along? At every turn, we've had someone fall off. What is that?
Well, this happened, Eli. This is 2 years ago, these notes I'm reading. The other thing is, he came in one day and he just coming in fresh. And we're speaking about celestial navigation, the section, an angle measuring device. All these things were new to him. So he just wasn't comprehending what we were putting down.
You know, that should be a fallacy. If it's new to you, you probably shouldn't speak on it.
That's what all the ballers were saying as well 3 years ago. It's got nothing to do with the ground.
Well, that's what I think Anthony Riley was getting it from. Because don't forget, when you're dealing with ballers and looking at baller stuff, these are the answers they're going to give you.
Maybe laugh the ballers. In one breath, they're saying it's got nothing to do with the ground, and in the next breath, it only works on a globe.
That's a good point. You're right. Has nothing to do with the ground. The section only works on a globe. The whole body of science knows this.
I wish I'd say it right. It would be even funnier. It only works in a globe. You know?
No, but that would be correct.
No, it's funny because someone actually did say it right. And that was actually Witsit that day that he was arguing about, we were arguing about elevation angles. He was on the show. He said in the earth specifically. And I was like,
Did he?
Mm-hmm.
He did? I don't remember.
Then you go back to that show. He's the only person that's ever said it like that.
Well, see, it would technically be after distorting the measurements to form the sphere, then it only works in the sphere. Because if you don't apply celestial refraction, whatever the hell that is, that don't make sense. But you have to apply that to all points below 20 degrees to form the sphere.
It only works on a horizontal plane.
It's not the ground.
What I usually get is that it is the horizontal is established by a plumb line that is perpendicular to the force of gravity. That's how they define it. That horizontal is they'll go so far as to say a tangent plane. It's still a horizontal plane. And it is only established by a plumb line that is perpendicular, vertical, to the vertical force of gravity. And that's how they keep it off the surface.
Sure. Well, that particular gravity vector that they're appealing to is also perpendicular to a plane of reference.
Yes, it is, because it's perpendicular to the center of the Earth. But I usually get
No, they don't get that. No, that's incorrect. So when they describe it in that way, that's also incorrect, because you don't get perpendicularity to the center of a ball. That's a misnomer.
Right. Well, what I get is from people who use this argument is that they have a plumb line going down to the center of the Earth. They've got that line that comes up to the tangent plane, the horizontal plane that they need, and then they draw a 90-degree angle at that point, at the tangent point. And even when I point out that square box is not 90 degrees perpendicular to the surface of Earth, they just hand wave that.
Where does that put their ground position then? Out in space?
So in this description, we do have a ground position, and it's a single point on the ground for this particular description. So in this example, we're allowed to have a point on the ground. The ground's acceptable to be part of the description, as long as it's only a single point on a globe. Correct?
Right. That's how they justify that there's no surface of the Earth that you're dealing with. It's just the horizontal tangent plane. And this is why when I make I have like a truth statement that I just say that all measurements are made with respect to a horizontal plane of reference without exception. And that way it kind of avoids the cat herding that goes on, semantics, cat herding. Yeah. And I just point out that's the horizontal plane, right? So I'm still right when they invoke the tangent plane.
What
They
tangent?
can
Number
use it.
one.
Right,
It's a
right. I'm just saying-
tangent. Yeah, but listen, a tangent's mathematical. Yeah, you don't get sailors carrying tangent lines in the pocket. It's something you use on computers and spreadsheets. Yeah, it's not used in physical reality.
Right, and I point that out. I point that out to them. I know all that. I'm just saying that when I make my truth claim, that they will always have to use a horizontal plane of reference.
Yeah,
and
we know.
Yeah, they don't deny that.
And, well, I know, but I'm just saying that when I make that point, and they're trying to go anti-flat earther on me and stuff like that, all I do is point out that you're still using a horizontal, so I'm still right. We don't even get to the GP and all that stuff. That's just
But you should, because where is that GP going to be? It's going to be somewhere in space, not on the Earth.
Right, and I have to then that way. Well, to do that, I have to use their tangent plane on a circle, sideways view, orthographic.
Don't be using a tangent plane, mate. Don't be using any tangent plane because that's never used, especially in celestial navigation. Sea level is used. Tangents are not physical; it's mathematical. Don't even talk about it with them. It's pathetic.
I agree with you, but I'm going to answer a fool according to his folly, and I'm going to show him that his GP of that star is somewhere in space, nowhere on the ground. If you're going to use that freaking tangent.
Yes, that's what I do. I answer them according to their folly. Their folly is the tangent plane. I know that that's not real, and I know how to argue that GP is way out there in space and stuff like that. I'm saying most of the normies that I deal with that are anti-flat earthers, but they're still kind of normies that don't even know about this stuff. That level of argument goes over their head, and all they do is say, well, sailors don't believe that the earth is flat and all that stuff. And then that just takes me back to, okay, well, people's beliefs doesn't mean anything, And
we got a sailor named freaking Johnny Hartman that used to come on here and break down celestial navigation. Don't understand him much, but that's a sailor that knew the earth was flat. He worked on it. He demonstrated. He measured. He knew.
Yeah, I'm just talking about how the arguments are coming into me. I know.
Yeah, we've heard of it.
Yeah, I know. I'm thinking about that, but the normies don't even get that far is their knowledge, and it breaks down into a, well, you're not a sailor, you've never used a second, blah 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 blah, second, blah 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 blah, and it never gets that far. So all I can do is just point out that to make them just stop going into the nonsense is just to point out the fact that you will always have a horizontal plane of reference for all measurements of and from the surface of the earth. And that way, when they bring up the tangent plane, I can still point out that I'm still right. You're still using a horizontal. So, where do you go from there, baller? And it just pisses them off that the truth is that they have to use a horizontal plane. Whether they make it up or not.
Oh, they love using the words, mate. Yeah, they love using the words horizontal, vertical, perpendicular, plumb. They'll use all them words, pal. Don't you worry about it.
I know.
Well, I get why someone like a QE would get upset when someone allows to say, even if you use refraction, because I'm getting sort of upset now when you say, well, even if they say tangent plane, like, no, because an elevation angle isn't a tangent or a tangent plane.
That's correct.
So no, just no.
Right.
Yeah, that's what One Deck is saying. Why are we even giving them this freaking tangent? What is that? It's not even on a sphere. They do it on a circle on a flat piece of paper.
Right. They need the horizontal. I point that out that they need.
No. Stop repeating it. Stop repeating yourself.
Okay.
No.
All right.
It doesn't. You're saying they need. Of course they need, because it's the only thing available as the Earth in reality. But the bottom line is, when they say tangent, no, an elevation angle is not that. Period. So let's just go ahead and.
Yeah, I agree with Eli and one deck on this.
I'll read this, what I pulled up in Perplexity AI. And it says an elevation angle is not a tangent. It's an angle, while tangent is a function of that angle. What an elevation angle is: the angle of elevation is the angle between a horizontal line and your line of sight to something above you, like the top of a building or a tree. It is measured in degrees or radians, just like any other angle. What tangent is? Tangent is a trigonometric function that takes an angle as input and gives you the ratio of the opposite side to the adjacent side in a right triangle. How they are related. The angle of elevation is the input to the tangent function in problems involving heights and distances. So the angle itself is not a tangent, but you often use tangent in that angle to compute heights or distances. Everything I read has nothing to do with what a baller tries to say.
Agreed.
Yeah. Oh, I'm off mute. Sorry.
Well said, Eli. Yeah, and our points exactly. You just don't go down there with them. Just cut them straight off. You're dealing with anti-flat earthers. They can't use horizontal, perpendicular, and plumb. Let's talk about elevation angles. Let's talk about elevation angles. Yeah, they won't be talking about curve measurements. That's a fact.
I noticed that they're putting trigonometry in there too. We're not doing trigonometry. We're doing celestial navigation, so we don't need a tangent. I agree with them. Get rid of that. Don't even let them go to the tangent.
But Eli's point is the tangent comes after the measurement. It's a function of the measurement. Yeah. So it's a calculation after the fact. So to appeal to it like you're measuring tangents, no. You first measure the elevation angle, and then if you're going to describe or mathematize that tangent plane, you first have to measure the horizontal to give you the angle in the vertical. So the measurement of the flat plane comes first, and then the inference of a tangent to a point with a sphere dangling below it comes afterwards. So again, it's always the same scenario. Either sink to your knees in acknowledgement of what you need to measure, that's flat Earth for the elevation angle, so you can derive your inference of tangency after the measurement.
Well, why would we even bother with that?
Yeah, but listen, what we're explaining there, that's something you'll deal with in calculus or on a computer program. Yeah, that's not happening in physical reality when you're out on your ship with a sextant. Yeah, there's no tangent lines. You deal with them on a computer screen or when you're drawing on a piece of paper. Yeah.
No, one deck. You go below. You go below deck, and you go into the trunk, and you pull out tangents. Then you come back up, and you give them to the captain.
Yeah, so when you're dealing with the heights of the lighthouse and you're drawing it on a computer, that's all computerized in calculus or whatever. It's not happening in real life on a boat when you're trying to pinpoint the GP of yourself and the luminary. They're taking it to a computer concept, not reality.
It's a mathematical concept. That's what they're calling it, an inference in the first instant. It's not an actual measurement. It's not being measured at all. The only thing that is being measured is the elevation angle, which is horizontal.
Yeah. So we should cut them right off at their knees and not even allow them to tangent. I agree.
Even when they say tangent, the tangent is the only thing they basically giving you the argument when they say tangent, because the only thing
What I'm saying is when they say tangent plane or tangent anything, that's meaningless, like quite literally, because when we're talking about trigonometry, the tangent is a horizontal distance. Them just saying the word tangent plane actually means nothing because it's not the former thing I just said.
No, when they say
means nothing
tangent
at all. An elevation angle is not a tangent anything.
No, it's not. But even when they say tangent, a tangent line is horizontal anyway.
Yeah, but Eli's trying to pull away from that. That's what he's saying.
No, that's what I'm saying. But in saying that, when they say tangent plane, what they're saying doesn't mean the same thing you just said.
I always take
So
it
it
that when
doesn't
they
matter.
say tangent
When
plane,
they say
they're
tangent
just
plane, it's kind of like when we talk
Sorry.
about equivocation. But I'm not even. Go ahead.
I was going to say, when they say tangent plane, that's just simply them apologizing for how not curved they're measuring something. Oh, so you have to measure it as horizontally, your tangent plane. Okay. So no curve measurement. Cool.
No, there's no such thing. It's not. It doesn't mean anything when they say tangent plane, because it doesn't mean what it means in math. And the way we utilize it in trigonometry, that's not what they mean. They just mean, well, it is a horizontal plane. I'm going to call it a tangent. No, the hell you're not. No, you're not. It's an elevation angle, because those two things aren't the same thing.
It's not a measurement.
Yeah. That was my point. It's not physical. You can't use the tangent line.
The plane is a measurement. When they measure the angle with respect to the elevation angle, it's specifically tied to the ground. If Anthony Riley's listening, you're getting some notes, Anthony. It's me spitting facts that you don't understand.
I'm trying to bring Anthony Riley in, and you're driving him away.
Yeah, I see what Eli is saying. It means absolutely nothing. The only point that I'm trying to point out is when they basically talking about a tangent horizontal line, they just apologizing for it being measured horizontally. They don't have any proof. They have to calculate or inference, just like they say in your textbook, basically what you just read. They have to infer that there's a tangent ground beneath them, but it don't mean anything because they still measuring it level, which means that every measurement of distance that they're getting is horizontal, going straight, which is flat. So when they say tangent, well, the only thing that's being measured is the tangent line, which is horizontal. Welcome to flat Earth.
And they don't use a tangent line because it's not physical, it's mathematical. Exactly. You can't use a tangent line when you're out on the ocean. You can use it on a computer screen. That's the only place you'll be using it.
No, you'll be measuring the surface.
It's like when they say locally flat.
That's what they're going to say, yeah. Yeah, they're just going to say Earth too biggy. It's flat. So we got to.
But that annoys me when they start going into trigonometry when we're doing celestial navigation. That's annoying.
What's annoying, Neil?
When they start going into trigonometry when you're doing celestial navigation. Start asking you for heights of stars.
Oh, like the whole, you're making a triangle, but it's not a triangle because you can get the height of the triangle.
It's not a triangle. It's a conceptual triangle. What's wrong with you?
Yeah. When I hold my sextant, a giant magical pole shoots out of it and touches the star, and then a pole from the star comes straight down and forms a physical triangle.
Did you see the movie Will Smith is in now? It's a documentary, National Geographic. It's called Pole to Pole. So what they're doing is he's going from either the South Pole to the North Pole or vice versa. And they're going to document it, and on the way do experiments.
What's south again? What's north?
That's your direction.
Well, south is just any direction 180 degrees of north.
Are you sure about that?
180 degrees.
Then I'll say something different.
180 degrees parallel on a plane, two-dimensional for the direction, correct?
That's correct.
So when they say a contradiction in terms, we're going from the North Pole to the South Pole, that's a contradiction in terms.
I agree. Because it's a flat measurement.
I'm not
But
one
that's
to
what
like
I'm
ever do
saying.
this
And
to anybody, but I don't know if Jen should be back because he's over in the other server talking all kinds of shit.
what was that?
Jen's over in worldwide debate just talking all kinds of shit about the reason why this show doesn't get views and blah blah blah, and how he's never going to change his opinion on what science is. He's just being a moron.
Oh, he's talking about us over there?
Yeah, well, he was. He stopped now because I popped in, and then the subject got changed, and we started going at it for a second. But he's just being an asshole.
Well, it's going to be addressed tomorrow then. You ain't going to do that shit. You ain't going to sit on this panel, then go somewhere else and dog it because you can't comprehend what the freaking scientific method is because you're invested in 9/11 truth. And only your freaking proof, see, is the correct proof, see. I'm getting a little tired of this shit now.
Well, he's in his natural habitat because I asked the room, I said, can anyone give me an example of a naturally observed, naturally occurring phenomenon? And the whole room said buildings collapsing. And I said, welcome home, Jen. And I left.
No way.
Be free. You're with your own kind now.
Nathan, I got to ask you a serious question.
Jim did say volcanoes.
How does that make
just
you feel?
on his part, he
Hold
did
on.
say volcanoes. So Jim did give an example. But
Hold on. I'm asking Nathan a serious question. What does that make you feel after spending 2 days on that? Does that make you feel like a failure? Because I tell you, you're not. Because everybody here comprehends it.
It makes me feel hungry. Maybe a little bit horny.
Horny.
Hungry.
Well, hungry like the wolf.
Oh, boy.
Or like a tiger.
Hungry, horny, is that the same thing?
Yeah, kind of.
They go hand in hand. One happens and the other one follows.
It's informative, right? It doesn't make me failure. It doesn't make me feel like a failure. It makes me feel aware of what's going on around us, right? The reason I was upset when Jaron was poisoning the well, suggesting that I was a science scammer, was because of this as a consequence. This is the result of that. That is to say that the people in our community now aren't as aware as they should be about what science is and is not. Why? Well, because it's been deemed less important, especially when coming from me. Well, that's thanks directly to people like Jaron and his supporters, people like Dave Weiss. Why? Well, because they were out to scam people with the Ethereum garbage backed by a Michelson-Morley quote-unquote experiment. That's what was going on. Okay, so because they wanted to scam the world, they kept the rest of the community dumb. Now it's deemed less important and they don't understand. That is to say, the people in that panel, whoever they were, saying a building falling's natural. Like, okay, so you've been dumbed down by people by our own. That's upsetting, isn't it? Because it's come from our own. It's come from Jaron when he was on our side. Why? Well, because his selfish means to his own ends. His own ends being a peddling of an etheric experiment that it isn't. The use of the scam was being used by him, and I threatened that. Well, as a consequence, the community has been kept dumb. That's the end result. Now, in the moment, while that was happening, that was extremely upsetting, because you can see it coming. Well, now we're in it, aren't we? Now we've got the people around us going, yeah, building falling down's a natural phenomena. Like, why are you even talking about naturally occurring phenomena at all? Because they've got a reasonable grasp that there's something important to this. They just don't know what. Because they were told, steer clear of Nathan, he's a science scammer.
I wish it were that simple, Nathan, but this is that resistance that I was talking about on all fundamental fronts. Because, you know, the first, or maybe not the first actually, but when I learned about the scientific method, I realized how much resistance I was met with by people who didn't want to accept that the first step has to involve a naturally occurring phenomena. Like from the beginning, I accepted that because I'm like, yeah, that makes sense. Okay, the reason we don't use man-made things, I heard the examples that okay, that makes sense. And I just saw too many flat earthers around me not understand that. That's been the case since I got here.
Hey, Eli, you weren't here. I even broke it down to a point where it's pretty much the most inarguable almost point that Nathan made it arguable. Still, I use the example of gems, gemologists looking at the earth, claiming this and that because they find a ruby and a jade and a sapphire based in these rocks that are apparently naturally in earth. Naturally, we know that. We also know that, well, we can't prove or disprove, but we know that more than likely, inarguably, that the rivers do it and the casting of the volcanic and all the things like that. So it's all natural. However, the phenomena is never observed. Yet there's an assertive hypothesis that this is how these things became this way. Billions of years, millions of years, yada, yada, yada. And Nathan dissected it, deciphered it, and broke it down to even disprove a gemologist considering that science, because you did not observe Nair. Rock black, rock green. Did you see it turn black to green? Then you did not see a phenomena. When they get that through their thick skulls, and that's why I use that example, because I'm fed up with it. And I'm not the smartest cat on the panel. However, I do have the cognitive capacity to understand and comprehend what I've learned from FED and the fact of what science and the methodology means. So, to all those who don't get it, on the panel, out of the panel, on the server, out of the server, STFU when it comes to science, and stop using it colloquially and abusing it the wrong way. End of story.
It's worse than not understanding it. This is just a quick point to what you said. Good point. Yeah, it's worse than not understanding it. When you break it down in any simple way, why it needs to be a natural phenomenon, like they will actually argue you down that doesn't have to be the case. Like instead of understanding it, they literally disagree with what's true.
Okay, so let's read out a few definitions then. Definition of natural science. This is from Merriam-Webster. Any of the sciences, such as physics, chemistry, or biology, that deal with matter, energy, and their interrelations and transformations, or with objectively measurable phenomena. And then from Oxford Dictionary, natural, existing or derived from nature, not made or caused by mankind. And then from whatis.com, a phenomena in a scientific context is something that is observed to occur or exist. This meaning contrasts with the understanding of the word in general usage as something extraordinary or outstanding. Phenomena are categorized in a number of ways. Here are a few of the many possibilities with examples. Natural phenomena are those that occur or manifest without human input. And then lastly, again from Oxford Dictionary, pseudoscience. Pseudoscience, a collection of beliefs or practices mistakenly regarded as being based on the scientific method.
There you have it. So again, STFU, using it colloquially, misnomer, and everything, connotation and everything. Just stop it. You're not an intellectual. You're not an intellectual just because you throw that word around. You're not intelligent just because you throw that word around. And you're an arrogant ignoramus if you argue it and you can't even explain the methodology or understand that after you said you did not observe a natural phenomena, or I gave you everything better than buildings falling and planes blowing up in the sky based on gemology, where there is a natural phenomenon going on. However, never observed by all of the assertive claimers about how this happened and that happened, still, they're abusing it too. You could borrow from the scientific method. It's okay.
And then claim that you're conducting science. Yeah.
Yeah, like I'm
I heard
an
something-
automotive engineer because I
sorry.
can drive a car. I mean, I'm just borrowing. I'm sitting on the shoulders of those, greats that created those automotive wonders that we call cars, and by extension, I'm an applied automotive engineer because I can use a clutch. I've got a manual gearbox. Basically, I'm an automotive engineer. It's an applied automotive engineering that I've got the experience in. So you can all refer to me as though I'm an automotive engineer.
Oh, you got some people thinking that steel is a natural phenomenon.
Concrete noun.
They when I was over there a few minutes ago, I was only in there for like maybe 6 minutes tops. I heard something I never really heard before, and the whole room kind of said it in tandem. I was told that a synthetic event and a naturally occurring event are the same thing. The only thing that's outside of that are supernatural events, like supernatural phenomenon. So in other words, a synthetic phenomenon and a natural phenomenon fall in the same category. The only things that don't fall in the natural category are supernatural. But I'm like, that's
supernatural.
That's a new one.
Supernatural. One's called natural, and one's called synthetic, which is man-made. Huey broke this all down to us years ago.
Mm-hmm. So building collapsing is a naturally observed phenomenon. Okay.
Not really, but it would be synthetic, so that would be man-made.
Yeah.
Right. But then well, they start
Exactly.
arguing that all synthetics are natural.
Yeah,
It's
because
not.
everything comes from the earth. You know who argued like that? Gio Gonzalez. What's his name? Remember him? Jose G. Gonzalez. Everything's natural because everything comes from the earth. So there is no such thing as synthetic. Another one that did not have a handle at all on the scientific method. It was all over the place because they have an investment. His investment was going back to the ball. His investment is 9/11 truth. So whatever they're going to do, they're going to make sure that they fit this into the scientific method, because if they do so, then it gives their claim validity. It is now science.
Yeah. Well, to quote Chin from like 15 minutes ago, he said, you got the jungle and then you got the concrete jungle, and the buildings collapse in the concrete jungle, and the concrete jungle is natural.
So
That needs to
even
be
the
put on a
jungles,
t-shirt.
the jungles, hold on, even the jungle, that's a concrete noun. The jungle, am I right on that? Now, there's a lot of phenomenon going on in there, if you think. All right, there's leaves falling from trees. I can go through the scientific method. I'm sure there's a lot of things going on.
Butterfly migrations, all kinds of things are naturally observed.
Bird humping.
Buildings falling down aren't one. Because I said, okay, if a building's falling down, that's your natural phenomenon. I said, so a car wreck is a naturally observed phenomenon. And then I was met with, cars are made out of natural material. And then that's when I laughed. I'm like, okay, you guys have fun.
What I don't,
Welcome home, Jen.
Nathan, we're all alone, Nathan.
what I don't understand.
Sorry.
What I don't understand is like you can determine that a building didn't fall down on its own without saying science. That's not necessary.
Don't give it validity, though, Eli. That's what John was talking about. Yeah, you can. There's a lot of things that can be proven outside of the scientific method, but is it going to have the same punch as if you slap science on it?
In engineering, because it's engineering. I mean, that's what man-made things are. It's engineering. Man is creating things. They're manipulating things, and they're manipulating things in the natural world in order for things to happen. Now, they utilize scientific principles like natural phenomena that they figure things out with, but they only figured out how to manipulate it to create things or build things or tear things down. So that's engineering. That's not science.
What do you mean manipulate?
Cause. Science figure out what's the cause of a natural phenomenon. What is the independent variable? You have to manipulate that to see either it's going to cause the natural phenomenon that you're observing or not cause it. Due to the laws, due to the laws of logic, basically the law of non-contradiction. First, you identify the natural phenomenon, then you have the law of non-contradiction. You're either going to prove or disprove. That goes for Jaren. Prove or disprove whether that is going to cause the natural phenomenon or not cause it. As far as things being man-made, you already know the cause, that it's man-made. You just need to know what did man-made things do, or what did man do in order to cause that engineering or that building.
All right,
that's
now,
not
whoa. What are they manipulating in engineering?
Neil, time out. Trust me, you're going to love this, Neil. Now, I love what he just said. Let's go back to my gemology. This is what I was saying. You might have not been there. Neil, you were there. All right, with that being said, now people are making lab-created diamonds, sapphires, and rubies. So, therefore, they are able to manipulate by alchemy engineering to create these same rocks that have been found in the ground that they have guessed and assumed chronologically and how the process of their metamorphosis happens, but they didn't really observe it. However, they're still able to emulate it through the lab created that does the same features with the same portions, carbon, silicon carbide, all of the things that make these gems. So that's where the convolution comes in, because they didn't observe the natural phenomena. However, they're manipulating something that is really happening in nature. Because we see these
Show me
rocks
a diamond being created in nature.
You're really butchering this.
You can only show me the diamond. You can't show me the diamond being created in nature.
We already said that.
You can just pick up a rock,
said that.
smack it in half, and show me a diamond.
I said that 45. I said that 45 seconds ago. Nobody observed the natural phenomena. I already said that. I said that the other day when I was bringing this as examples. Okay, so that's why the convolution is there, because they feel like just because they can emulate and manipulate things to imitate a natural phenomena which they have not observed, they think that they're sciences. That's what the whole point of why I made, which one is the most best examples you can use, where natural phenomena. Same thing what Nathan said the other day about the stars. They looked up in the sky and they saw the stars moving. They just assumed, oh, the Earth is spinning, but they couldn't do nothing scientific to disprove or prove that, because it cannot be proven scientifically. That's how science is being convoluted, because they are taking things that of nature that are being observed, but then they're just jumping to assumptions. In the lab thing that I'm telling you about, the gems, they've actually been able to do something to create a lab diamond, a lab ruby, a lab sapphire, and every gem you could think of.
Man-made.
Okay?
Yes. I mean, you think man is not manipulating things? You think man is not manipulating and building?
I didn't say they weren't. I didn't say they weren't. I'm alluding to you. I'm agreeing. I'm concurring with your point.
Falls outside of the scientific method because you're not observing it in nature happening. What is going on here?
Nothing going on.
I'm proving to you. I'm trying to figure out what's going on here, because I'm not saying that.
Right. We're not saying that they did it scientific. We're not saying that. Me and him is telling you.
What I'm saying is, this is what I'm saying, bro. What I'm saying is whenever men are creating things and you observe something that is synthetic, that is engineering. It is men taking things out of nature, which is natural laws.
Exactly.
They do rely on scientific principles, things that we know about cause and effect relationships. They're taking that and they're manipulating it in order to build things. That's not science, that's engineering. What are you talking about?
We know what engineering is.
So,
don't use science to
me.
So that was concurrent.
You don't use
to what you
science
were
to get
saying,
to the
what you
bottom
just
of
said.
somebody's motives. Building 7 collapses. Why? People. Okay, people cause Building 7 to collapse. Why did they do it? How did they? Like, who cares? Like, it's so retarded.
Dude, when they building someone's motor, they're building someone's motor, but they still basically relying on natural laws.
Yeah, but
Which would
even in
cause
Jim's
how?
stupid synthetic example of a phenomenon, we already know the cause of it. Building 7 collapsed due to humans.
Facts. When you building a motor, the basic concept of that motor actually being built and the way it functions is due to entropy, bro. They're manipulating
But it's
that.
engineering.
Man is manipulating natural laws, bro. It's engineering. Nobody is saying that it's science.
Okay,
What's the
then.
cause of
Everybody's
entropy?
good then.
But that's what I'm saying. Why would me and this gentleman like this? We bring up you have to always assume that we're co-signing on science. We're debunking it as being science, and we have to get this kickback. I'm concurring with him that it's engineering. Lab
He's losing me with
diamonds
the
are engineering.
manipulating.
Excuse me?
I'm getting lost with the manipulating thing.
Well, I'm sorry if you're getting lost with it, but they're
'Cause
manipulating.
I'm hearing manipulating.
You know what manipulate
Are you
means?
manipulating
You know what
the independent
manipulate? You know what
variable?
manipulate means, Neil? You know what manipulate
Yeah, it
means?
means you gotta do it.
Picking up a pencil and putting it in a cup. That's manipulating.
No,
Anything
that's
you move,
moving a pencil in a cup.
it's still manipulating, bruh.
No, manipulating is
Oh
manipulating.
man, I'm not gonna argue. You
your
like to be argumentative
assumed
sometimes, Neil.
cause of the effect.
You just like to be argumentative. Manipulation.
No, I'm not.
Human beings that manipulate.
To manipulate
Human
in the freaking
beings that
scientific
manipulate other
endeavor,
human beings.
you are manipulating the assumed
you can
cause
raise
of
your
the
dynamics
effect.
all you want to. You know, you can raise your dynamics all you want to. People manipulate other people. What that got to do with science? You can
The assumed
manipulate a
cause of a
woman
man-made
to have.
rock?
Come on,
You
man.
What, to
use
be
the word
man?
manipulate.
I mean, come
All
on.
right, please.
in
This is why I don't like talking to you.
Science. Yes, man is the cause because he is the manipulating factor. He's the one that's manipulating the natural. Okay. Listen, whenever you're using an independent variable, how are you manipulating the independent variable? What is man doing?
You have to wiggle it.
In a scientific experiment, which is a hypothesis
That's
test,
science.
what are you doing in the independent, right? Which is a hypothesis test. You have the assumed cause, which is the IV. That is called the manipulated variable. Whenever you're manipulating the variable, what are you doing? Are you not touching it? Are you letting it naturally occur? Or what are you doing? What is man doing with the
You
independent
have
variable?
to be the one. If you're not the one manipulating it, then it's not an independent variable that the researcher can manipulate. I just don't understand why you're putting those words into freaking engineering. Explain
let's
it to me.
simplify it. Let's simplify it back to the old boiling water thing that Nathan and Jaron was going through. Hey, you see the springs, the water's boiling, you put your finger on it. Oh, that's hot. How did that happen? I believe it's heat. No, I believe
That's
it's
a
mud.
scientific endeavor. I'm talking about engineering.
Neil, you're very rude, man.
Using the word manipulate
you're the biggest,
in engineering.
You're one of the biggest person that does what it rumpus people. That's all you do, bro.
D Rose, you're taking me back to a scientific endeavor. I'm talking about engineering.
Great. Now
You're
let's talk
using the
about
word
engineering.
manipulating.
Great. Let's talk about engineering. If man is the cause of, right? If man is the cause of a synthetic phenomenon that you see, that means man is the cause of it, which means that if you take man away from it, he is the manipulator.
A synthetic phenomenon?
Hold on, D Rose. Get this in your head. Without men, there would not be no engines, right?
Holy
Which
shit.
means that he's the
Is this
cause.
conversation really fucking going on?
Yes,
Well, that's not really true.
Basic engineering 101.
Hold on,
To say
Refractor's trying to get in.
that there is no engines because there used to be like giant migrations of like V8 engines, but then the settlers like wiped them all out and took all their oil pans and shit. Back in, like,
Refractor's trying to get a word in.
No, what I'm saying, without men building engines using natural laws, which is entropy, there would be no engines. So therefore, it's synthetic because engines is not naturally occurring. Engines is not growing out of the ground. Men are creating. Okay, duh. But what men are doing to create them, they are manipulating things in nature.
No, they're working on things.
Well, hold on, please.
Jesus Christ.
This is where the subject gets a little bit messed up, right? You can apply cause and effect reasoning to other things. You just will not get an empirical result. You need a naturally occurring phenomenon. That way you know that it has nothing to do with our existence changing the state of something. You know what I mean?
I know exactly what you mean, and that's why lab created gems are synthetic. And natural gems come from the earth. But still, man is manipulated using the carbon and the different chemicals to create and emulate and make something. But the perfect eye of a gemologist can differentiate the synthetic one from the natural one. That's all I was saying.
You can't really form a theory based on that because you don't have the natural phenomenon.
Exactly. But this is what it is. This is what it is, John. I'll bring it back to what I said when I was breaking it down to Jen for why this is one of the best arguments for clarifying not being scientific methodology. Gemologists assume and make these assertive claims that what they found was caused by this, that, and other by nature and give credit all to nature. And then when there's a scarcity or rarity of that particular gem, they found out how to recreate it. So at the end of the day, when they recreate it, whether it's natural or not, or synthetic, they are convoluting the point that they've done science as gemology to imitate what nature has done. Period. That's
Science deals with the natural
comes.
cause and effects for nature in itself. So nobody is saying that engineering isn't synthetic. Synthetic is man-made. The point that I'm saying is what they are getting confused is they confusing engineering with natural science, with actual science. That's what they're doing. It's always man-made. Yes. It's man-made. It's manipulating and building things. If you don't like manipulating, Neil, I would just say build. If man-made is using natural law,
they're constructing things. They're not if I bring a piece of freaking angle iron to the job site and fasten it into the floor and weld it, I'm not manipulating shit. Damn it, I'm building. Stop using scientific words for engineering. Holy shit.
Can I actually
If you take that cat to go inside his little cat house by putting a bunch of treats on the ground and he eats them and follows the path into the cat
That's
house.
why people are confused. I'm telling you.
Hey, Neil, can I ask you this one based on Jen's misconstrued understanding? If you took that same piece of steel and put a flame torch to it, which fire is natural, and you burnt it and melted that steel, would you be kind of like manipulating the steel?
No, you're melting the freaking steel.
Let me just explain that to D. Hold on a second.
It's the words you're using.
Hold on, Neil, just one sec. So when you say, well, the fire's natural, yeah, so the fire, that's fire, can be your dependent variable. So if you go out into the nature of the world and see a fire happening, definitely a phenomenon, would you agree?
Absolutely.
Right, so therefore, if you're going to put that into the scientific method, you're going to find the cause of fire. What causes fire? Not what causes a building anything. It's the moment you say building, like built, as in absolutely without question man-made. Yeah, the phenomena in this case, if it were to be fire, you can try and put that through the method. You can presume a cause of fire, vary it and manipulate it, and see if fire is the result. You can have a null hypothesis that if you vary and manipulate whatever you think is the cause of fire, it doesn't cause fire. And then you can go forth to experiment and vary and manipulate your single presumed cause of fire and see if it causes it or not. Did it in any way, shape or form that incorporate buildings and their effects when fire is introduced? No. It's far more narrow. Now, the other thing that I'm hearing is that the people who want to tell you what science isn't are simultaneously the people who want to tell you what's proven by their science. Likewise, the people who want to tell you what the ground isn't or how the ground isn't being used are also the same people that want to tell you all about what the ground is or isn't also. Isn't that interesting? How when you describe how the ground is measured, they'll tell you how it isn't. But why? Why do people want to tell you how the ground isn't measured? Oh, because they want to tell you how it is. So instead of being on the back foot defending how we do measure Earth, because these are statements of absolutes that don't need defending. I think this is where the problem comes in, right? We don't have to do anything, do we? That's what I'm slowly coming to the realization. I'm like, building a bridge. It's as simple as you don't have to actually do anything. It's weird that less is more, but it's true. It doesn't need defending when somebody says, no, we're not measuring the ground. Okay. What do you mean, okay? Well, is there a further statement? Well, yeah, it's got a tangent plane to a sphere Earth, I believe in. Okay. All right, good for you. That's nice. Yeah, I don't need you to confirm what the ground's being measured as, though, do I? It's still measured. And if I'm going to measure the ground to navigate the ground so I don't get lost on the ground, I'll use this flat planar reference and an elevation angle to the ground that I'm measuring so I'm not fucked and dead. What's that? You tell me it's not the ground? Yeah, okay, that's nice. We need to start laughing at these dipshits and realising that we don't have to defend what is ultimately not in any requirement of defence. The Earth is what it is. It's measured as it is. It doesn't matter if I defend it, does it? So the more I think about where we are in 2026, the more I come to the realisation that where they want to be an insignificant soup of nothingness dot speck of dust on a ball flying through a sky vacuum, the world that we live on makes me and my beliefs, thoughts on the matter, defence of the facts, nigh on irrelevant. Maybe nigh on's the wrong qualifier, just irrelevant. Earth will still be flat. The ground will and can be, and is, daily, measured. But when some numpty dipshit comes along and says, the ground isn't flat, I've just got to measure a tangent plane to it. The sextant's not measuring the ground, it's just acquiring horizontal. You're like, just laugh at them. Because less is genuinely more. It doesn't need defending. Nothing I say or defend will change what Earth is and how it is measured.
Correct. And us arguing about the scientific method has nothing to do with the Earth and its measurements. Agreed.
Thank you, but that ain't no fun if you want to have an argument, Nathan.
God, you're stupid, man.
Yeah, we might.
But that ain't no fun.
I might as well retire, Nathan. It's over.
Me and D Rose can't argue about what manipulate means anymore.
Yeah, it's too quick, Nathan.
With regards to the scientific method, the same things applied other than the fact that in the scientific method side of that discussion, it's not the same as flat Earth measurements, right? Because you, as a human, have a very distinct involvement in that process, right? For example, if you're talking about an independent variable, so let's go back to the fire example for a second. You want to prove the cause of fire. What does that require? Well, for that process to be fulfilled, it requires that you, the researcher, vary and manipulate something that is your independent variable in your prediction, can be varied by you, the researcher, and therefore is real. You've got to fulfill all of those requirements that involve you having an input in the process. Now, again, when it comes to people who are wanting to tell you what science is, it's like, why do you want to tell me what science is? Oh, right, because you want to steal its valour, steal its empiricism. It's only the thieves out there that need to tell us what the scientific method is. Now, again, if this person comes up to you, if you're moving forward and says, nah, a building falling is a natural phenomena, just agree. Okay. Good. Very good for you. Thanks for that. Sorry, why were you telling me again? Well, because I want you to understand how right I am about 9/11. So in the last couple of days, the bit that's got lost is me saying, I don't give a shit what this person thinks about this subject. Like, I couldn't give two of the tiniest shites about 9/11. I couldn't care less. My concern was about science and the scientific method. But why is it being argued about? Because the person arguing with me about it wants to use the empiricism to make their point about 9/11, which I couldn't give the tiniest of shits about. Now, but for the fact that I didn't give the tiniest shit about 9/11 when I first heard about it, after coming to Flat Earth, what do you mean 9/11 was an inside job? What are you babbling about? Because I didn't care then, and I really still don't care now. Now, don't call me a 9/11 denier, or it is legitimately inconsequential to me. Therefore, I don't care about it. Why have I got so passionate and shouty with Jin over the last couple of days? Well, because the method that we've tried to educate people on is being hijacked by him to lend empiricism to his story. So then you take a step back further from that and go, so why were we arguing about it? Because he needed to steal the valour to lend empiricism to his version of these events. Okay? So then we get flat Earth being made about not feast and nonsense in a broad term, but events. So when you say these people are conspirators, what are they doing? They're dealing with specific events that they need to take ownership of. If it's flat Earth, it's the measurements of surface level that need to be utilised and then ignored. If it's the case of some conspiracy like 9/11, it's their description of their version of the events for the architects, their reasoning of cause. Cause! I can steal some empiricism here. This person in front of me better not tell me that I can only use the natural phenomena in natural science, because all things are natural. It's like, step back and go, why are we having this argument about science? Oh, yeah, because you want to steal valor from it, don't you? So you simultaneously want it to have the empiricism so you can steal that valor, but tell me how it isn't empirical, does apply to things beyond the empirical nature of nature itself? Yeah, because they're trying to steal from it. Same with Earth curve, same with science, other than the distinct difference that you do have to have a man-made involvement in the process of the scientific method. You don't when it comes to Earth and what it is, unless you want to save your life from it, not have a building collapse because you built on it. Yeah? Then you're going to need to and rely upon Earth being measured flat when it comes to any practical application. Therefore, convincing next man, oh, well, this guy's got a religion of being on a boat, let him have it. Doesn't matter. If that guy comes to build a fucking house, he'll need to level his terrain, won't he? Yeah, then he'll know about how Earth is flat. Now, it might just be a twinkling in his eye at that point, but that didn't matter to you when you were arguing and wasting your energy on the person. But for the fact that they, in practical application, will require Earth to be flat, it makes no difference if they know it at this point that they hold the belief. In other words, they don't have to be forced into cognitive dissonance. It's only cognitive dissonance if you're holding both simultaneously. It's part of the definition. So if you have one and then separately the other, like Wayne, he can separately describe how Earth is flat. And Jin's point is that, well, you're not saying that it's simultaneously in contradiction of your belief, because you can hold one and not the other. But that means that you can let next man have his belief. Well, okay, you'll still require Earth be measured flat if you're going to do anything in practical application. But in verbalising that, I'm being antagonistic. I can only do it to make my example. Although I stand in contradiction of my own example by making the example, if you know what I mean. Anyway, my point is that...
I think you could do it.
Go ahead. I'm done. That was the conclusion.
I think you could do it. I think you could do the same example with... I hope there's no Ethereans in here, right? But with the Ethereans, they want to argue about the immaterial material background, the non-substance substance, right? They want to argue about that. But and they'll claim science with the Michelson-Morley experiment, right? It's the same thing. But even further to that, we're measuring discrete points of interaction to form these lines to apply a wave function to them to get the ether to begin with. But what did we measure? So that one's like directly in line with heliocentrism.
Right.
Very good. Very good. Yeah, I'm just getting a little confused with the words manipulation. Well, I guess it's like, manipulation, I know in the context we're talking about is like the boiling of the water. You're manipulating the water, you're making it hot, you're using heat to do that. So that's how you manipulate. But it's still, whether it's the heat that's doing it by the springs in Colorado, or whether it's man taking a match and lighting up a pot and putting it in the pot of water. Man has to, without man, there cannot be any scientific, methodical experiments done. But you still need nature. You still need to observe a phenomena. That's the reason why I brought the gemology thing, because like Nathan made a great point, they still haven't observed that which they made a hypothesis. I made that point. Relax there, buddy. Excuse me?
Don't give Nathan
No,
all
it was
credit.
Nathan,
That was
bro.
my point.
It was Nathan,
I
bro.
said it. I
Quit
told him to
rumpusing me.
tape again tomorrow.
Well, you know what? You know what's interesting though? When I asked it, I asked for only Nathan and John's answer on it, and you interjected, and I give you props for that.
D-Rose, go listen back to the show. I said from the beginning, before you even came in, they were talking about the same nonsense. Maybe not your
So you're saying before I mentioned gems, before I mentioned the hypothesis and the gem metamorphosis hypothesis by gemologists, you're saying that was mentioned before I mentioned it?
Not the gems, but something
Okay, there you go.
place in the earth, like steel.
Okay. Right.
Same
okay.
thing.
We always knew if it's not an observed natural phenomena. We knew that before you say we already knew that was by default. That was not even anything to be mentioned. I was reiterating the fact by allowing John and Nathan to reiterate on top of my reiteration which Nathan did so eloquently, that regardless of what they claim they saw, did they actually see it?
No, I agree.
He broke it down. And I'm going to tell you, gemology is probably the most, you could even say biology in some cases. You go away for 6 months, come back, and your friend has a certain disease. You may see the result of the disease, but did you actually see the natural phenomenon happen? You could say that the same thing with the earth. You didn't see the earth do that to the rock, but you come back and you find a rock that has a ruby in it. And now you see your friend and be like, wow, you look like you got herpes. Now you have to use biology and use a scientific methodology to do and prove that person actually is looking the way they are by herpes. So that's what I'm saying.
Did you just say the earth is doing something?
Well, that's what they're claiming. Just like the person claimed that herpes did that to his buddy's body, or AIDS did, or whatever it is. I'm letting you know that we are not observing the natural phenomena. We're seeing the results of something that has happened. And now they're making this assertive hypothesis that by time this happens, the rocks roll here and the pressure of this plate and this one and that, they've got a whole bunch of stuff that they claim. And this results in these little beautiful, precious gems within these boulders of chaos.
I think I've got a phrase that will summarize this right. It's not a natural phenomena in this context until it's an observed natural phenomena. By that I mean, you can't say, well, something must have happened for the rock to be there. You're like, okay. No, you've got to actually observe it happening for it to be qualifiable as an observed natural phenomena. Yeah? In other words, you can't say this is an observed natural phenomena because at some point something made the rocks do that and therefore I'm seeing the end result of the occurrence. No, you've got to see it occur. For it to be an observed natural phenomena, dependent variable, you've got to see it vary. Now, if you just take a rock and go, well, it came into being, therefore something happened at some stage. No, it's not a natural phenomena unless you actually see something happening. Right,
so then when people are making lab gems because they're observing, does that mean that that's a natural phenomenon?
When you say lab gems, let me answer him. No, when you say lab gems, right, you're talking about synthetic gems, correct?
Correct.
So when we talk about natural science, do you think the process...
I was just pointing at the observation part of it.
But if you were to observe that occurring in nature, because we can force something to come into being with a fake diamond, right? Doesn't mean that you've observed how nature creates diamonds. You haven't figured out the cause of them. That's not how you've established that. Now, you could, presumably, if you're a gemologist, take what you know and apply it by an example that would adhere to the scientific method. Like water boiling. Nobody's out there sciencing bloody water boiling. It's just capable of description within the cause and effect reasoning of the logical consistency that science has to offer. So you can put it in a context that has it as an independent and dependent variable with controls, and then explain how you would go forth to vary and manipulate heat to cause water. But nobody's sciencing that. And the same could be true for how diamonds form. You could take, if you were a gemologist, your understanding through your processes of creating them, and then put that into an if and then statement that does actually give you scientific validity to the description of how they're formed. But nobody's actually doing that when they just say diamond. Like, no. Diamond isn't a natural phenomena. But something that occurs that results in a diamond could be your description of the phenomena if it does actually occur in nature.
But as for the water boiling example, sorry,
Can I clear this up? Because I think I probably caused this commotion. I mean, Nathan is correct. A natural phenomenon, it is something that is occurring in nature, which means that it's not man-made. Man is not causing the effect. And it have to be natural. You have to physically observe it, that natural occurrence. Something that is synthetic, men cause that effect. So it's only those are the difference. I mean, that's the only thing that I'm basically explaining.
Overall, there's one step back further from that, isn't there? So you're correct, right? I just want to round out because I've got things I want to show on camera and ask you questions about because I need you here to do it. But you're taking one step back further, which is, well, what are we doing overall? What's the overarching process called? Like natural science? You're like, well, no, you're correct in terms of your summary of why we wouldn't want an independent variable to be non-varied or non-observed for it to be the observed natural phenomena being studied. But when you get back to should it be a synthetic anything, well, no, we're doing natural science. So to me, it just seems absurd that we would assess these things. And it's back to what I said earlier. The only people who are going to be assessing these are the people who want to steal valor from it, right? You either understand, it's back to that, you either understand it or you don't. And if you're alleging that, no, we can do these things with synthetic things, hang on, why are you suggesting that? Oh, you've got something synthetic that you want to lend credence to with a conclusion that you've got? Yeah, of course. So just half the time, it's just like this to you as the individual is benign. It's not worth concerning yourself with. I've got actually three mics that I want to ask, right? You've been listening to mic number 1. I'm going to swap to mic number 2. So now I'm on mic number 2, right? They're roughly the same level. But I want to know, of these 2 microphones, which one sounds better? Because I've got to pick a mic. I've got 3 to choose from that I can walk around with. And everyone's been moaning at me that the radio transmitter I had make hiss and crackle, and that's no good. So I'm going to order a much more expensive one. But I need to
This one sounds good. It's a little more bassy, but sounds nice and clear.
Is this one better
now,
or worse than the one I was just talking on?
Yeah, that one sounds better.
You think this one sounds better?
Dog.
This one sounds better.
That one sounded muffled.
No, that one sounds better than the last one he was on.
Yeah, the one I was on 30 seconds ago, yeah? This one's better.
This one you're on now sounds a bit muffled.
I think the first one sounded better. This sounds a little bit deep and muffled.
This one's
Can you
muddy.
prove that? Everybody get your scientific validations in. Go ahead.
It's just an opinion. It's purely subjective. So we're talking about audio, so it's utterly subjective. Go ahead. Opinions very much welcome. Go ahead, Craig.
Yeah, no, that. This one you're using now to me sounds muffled, not very clear.
Yeah.
This one's
like
muddier.
you have one of those foam things over it or something.
There is one of those foam things over it, but that's not making the difference.
Qualitative difference?
It's a subjective difference. Yeah. It's just an opinion.
Yeah.
Can you vary and manipulate your voice a little bit, please?
Peer reviewing.
I could do.
Continue.
Well, I just want to know, right? So
you have one of those.
This one's not as good as the previous one.
You had one of those foams over this one compared to the other one?
They've all going to have foams on it because I don't want plosives. So regardless, they've got to work with foams on them. So if it's like, well, could I take the foam? Well, I could, but then I'd get plosives. P's and B's would pop the mic, and I don't want to do that. So this one is not as good as the one that I was just giving a lecture on whether or not we should stand back from science and say, hang on a second, we're doing natural science. Why are we assessing whether or not synthetic things should be applied? Obviously not. It wouldn't be natural science anymore, would it now? But that's the overarching title.
Nathan, are you holding this in front of yourself or have you clipped it to yourself?
No, this is right. This is an inch off the cartridge. This is as close as I can get to it. You don't like this mic, I can tell. Right, there's mic number 3. This is better. Well, this is now mic number 3.
We're losing the highs. Not getting the highs in there.
Okay.
Yeah, like 2 is the highest, but it's muffled. 1 is the more clear, and 3 is, I think it got both problems.
Well, you haven't heard much of this one, so I've only said 2 or 3 words through it. So this is mic number 3. This is a different mic, but very similar to the mic number 1. That is to say, it's the same brand.
Mic number one has
Sounds
more
a lot like mic
dynamics
two.
with the same. Yeah, mic number one has more dynamics, but equal EQ to this one you're speaking to, number 3. Number 2, throw it in the trash.
Okay,
Don't
so
throw it in the
you're
trash.
Quality of this.
I think
so if I
number
disconnect-
3 sounds the most natural. It sounds like you're just having a conversation in the same room with somebody.
Oh, this
I think
one-
mic number 3 sounds the best.
So far, you think this one
One
sounds
and
the best?
three.
This is the most expensive.
1
so
and
far.
3.
1 and 3.
Yeah, 3's got the clearest, most natural. Like it doesn't sound like it almost sounds like I got my eyes closed and you're standing next to me while I'm cutting shit in the kitchen. So mic number 3 sounds good.
But you can hear the background a little bit in 3, though. That's the only reason.
Ah, that makes
Well,
sense.
maybe he was in a better room.
No, I mean, I've not moved an inch, so all I've done is swap microphones. I've got 2 lines, so I can compare 2 at the same time. So this is I'm still on microphone number 3. Now I'm going to go back to microphone 1, having discounted microphone 2. So now I'm on microphone 1 again. This is microphone 1.
One
See,
is the
that's what I was
best. One is the best.
You think 1's the best?
I agree.
Oh, okay. So you like this one? I like this microphone. It's the most friendly and prettiest.
Well,
prettiest microphone.
of course, you got to do a second test to at least make sure it's repeatable.
Okay,
And you
so
sound
this
like
is
a man
microphone
in the,
3 again.
you
This
sound
is
like
me back
you actually
on-
sound like a man in the first mic.
This is me back on microphone 3. Microphone 3 is the most expensive. Do you want to know what they are?
Did you hear what I said, Nathan?
No.
You actually sound like a man in mic 1. This mic 2, you sound like Margaret Stewart talking like this. And mic 3, you sound like Margaret Stewart anxious. But this one here, you sound like Nathan.
Okay, so this is microphone number 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. This is Nathan Oakley on microphone number 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. This is microphone number 1. So this is now microphone number 1. Testing 1, 2, 3. Nathan Oakley sounding as he sounds on microphone number 1. And this is how I sound on microphone number 3. I don't think microphone 2 got any popular votes, so we'll just ignore microphone 2. So microphone number 3 is what you're hearing me on now. Testing 1, 2, 3. And this is microphone number 1. So far, from what I gather, this is the front runner. People like this one the best.
Yeah, I'd say
I feel like number 1 myself.
Yeah, that's this one. The one I'm talking on now.
Numero uno.
This one. I'm talking on microphone number 1 currently. This is
Well,
microphone.
it has been reported, June, today that you are being mutinous over here against FED and Nathan
Yeah, it's my show.
with this conversation that you're having now.
What about microphones?
I'm team number 3.
These
I like
people
mic
over
3.
there,
These
people over at WWD.
the scientific method correctly in his example.
But no, he was changing mics. What's science about that?
This isn't a science. We're just.
I get why everybody likes microphone number 1 because it adds a little bit of a bassiness to it. Like very, very subtle, but it does sound a little more bassy.
Yeah,
But that's why I like
Nathan sound
number
like a
3
man.
because it doesn't sound like anything's being added. It just sounds more just natural.
Yeah, this is a flatter mic. Number 3, this one is a more flat mic, as in it's more natural sounding because it's an instrument mic. Well, it is. It's a more natural sound because this is a 545 SD, which is designed to go in front of guitar cabs and snares. It's an instrument microphone, right? It's a nice, posh, 1960s, shiny version of an SM57, which is probably one of the most common mics in the world. Anyway, this is the 545 SD. This is microphone number 3. And microphone number 1 is a Shure 12L, which is a 1980s super budget microphone, but it's probably the prettiest microphone Shure ever produced. It's so pretty. The one in the middle that everyone hated was an AKG, a D5. So I'm going to stick with microphone number 1, which is the one I'd kind of come to the conclusion anyway. It's just I need a switched microphone so I can mute in the middle of talking, which is what I'm doing in the middle of talking. Nice
Is
and
the
quiet.
D5 not a bass drum mic?
No, the D5's a handheld stage mic. It's a super cardioid. It's more modern. It's
That must be
very
something
modern.
else. 5. Never mind.
You're probably thinking of the D12, D1112. They're bass mics. Did you say bass mics?
You ever?
Anyway.
So what we're saying now, you can keep on talking and go for a piss at the same time.
Well, I actually do call this my poo mic.
You ever try one of those?
That's the name of it, huh?
That's what I've fondly come to call it, because one day I said I've got a mic for everything when my daughter was asking me about my mics. And she says, which one would you record farts with? So then off the back of that, we're like, well, this one, because it's, relatively inexpensive and, justifying why we'd fart into a particular mic because she's 10. Well, she's 9, but you know what I mean. Anyway, the point is that morphed into, well, my walking around mic, my wife was like one that you'd sit on the toilet having a poo with. So then it just got the nickname, the poo mic. It's not. Realistically, it's my coffee mic. It's the one I use in the kitchen. I'm not going to be on the toilet if I'm doing a show because, number one, I wouldn't be able to hear you. So that's a bit of a problem. But this is realistically what I use to make coffee in the kitchen and do the dishwasher, right? But it's become called the poo mic because of what Craig just said. So it's the one you'd have a wee on. Like Leslie Nielsen when he's radio mic'd up with a lav mic and forgets. Now that's bullshit. I've put that in my book. That's an anecdote from my book, right? When Bob Nodell pretended that, oh no, I've forgotten I've got a lav mic crammed up my ass. No one forgets they're wired up with a fucking microphone. That is bullshit. Now I know because I studied technical theatre and sound and have wired plenty of people up with lav mics. And believe me, and I've been wired up with lav mics. You know about it for two reasons. One, because it's an uncomfortable hunk of crap that's on your person, that's wrapped around your body. And two, because it's a pain in the arse and it's got foibles. That's to say it goes wrong. And you've got to have somebody constantly coming over and checking it's working properly and making sure the battery hasn't run out and that you've still got a strong signal and that you're not interfering with other people's channels. All of that stupid shit makes you acutely aware that you've got a mic on, right? So this Leslie Nielsen, I'm just going to go for a wee with a lav mic on. No, it's relies on the ignorance of the audience to be humorous. But likewise, Bob Nodell, rest in peace, when suggesting that he was accidentally letting slip that, oh no, my measurement of a plane of reference device was drifting, making it useless. That's a real problem. No, that was bullshit. That was like, I expected to hear dum, 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 dum at the end of it. That's the theme tune to EastEnders here, a soap opera. Bullshit. So in the book, one of the things I go through is exactly that. I talk about lav mics, not because I want to talk about microphones, but I want to talk about the bullshit and how much it stunk when, oh no, like in a soap opera, Bob accidentally let slip that something that ultimately needed Earth to be measured flat was broken. I mean, was a terrible dismay to the flat Earth community of conspiratards, which is how it's played, like it is a bloody drama. You're like, this stinks. No other word for it. You forgot you had a lav mic on. Bollocks. I just don't believe you. You're lying.
Surrounded by liars and shills.
Now, had he made a mistake and was on the toilet going, "Get your belly," then I would agree with him. Like if you was on your poo mic and you happen to be, "Honey, do you have any thought of it?" Then I would agree. That was a natural error. But nobody wants to expose himself.
The type of mic that you get away with people forgetting they're on has a title. There's two different types of mic that will happen on. One is the mic you are all talking on now. What I mean by that is people forget that they're talking into a microphone and therefore it can be recorded, right? People forget that. Forgot about that Adam Meakin whilst describing his criminal activities. I'm always recording. He's got a mic in front of him. And then suddenly those are the type of people that go, oh no, I'm being hauled off to jail. Yeah, you were saying those things into a microphone. It was yours. Idiots, in other words. Those people get caught out by their own microphones, right? The one that's literally in plain sight, directly under their nose. The other type of mic that can happen on is something called a plant mic. Now, what's a plant mic? A mic in a plant. Literally. So back in the day, before lav mics, how did you get sound? Well, you go and look at something from the 1950s. There's no lav mics. No one's carrying a radio pack around, are they? So how do they get the sound? Well, they hide the mic in a plant. Literally. Well, if you don't know it's there because it's hidden in a plant, then there's a fair chance that you'll get caught hot micing on a plant mic because you don't know it's there. Literally. So it's either complacency or, divine ignorance. That is to say, you don't know what you don't know. You can't know that there's a plant mic there if you don't know there's a plant mic there. But as for a lav mic on a radio pack, I call massive amounts of bullshit to the point that made everything to do with Behind the Curve very, very shilly. Like when people called out paid actors, like that was one of the few times that I went, yeah, kind of does stink like that. You want me to believe this bullshit that's clearly scripted? Good job I worked in performing arts, because I can sniff my way through this kind of shite in an instant.
You know,
Nathan,
see,
that's how they brought down.
y'all hate talking about the Feast of Nonsense, but actors, I mean, they're real. Never mind. I'm not going to go into that. What I will say is,
are you saying I'm the only one who can't talk Feast of Nonsense? How dare you?
no, I'm just saying, like it just reminds me of all of the actors that you see over the years, and you're like, dude, you was over here in this thing. Now you're over here in this thing. Come on,
yeah.
Nobody said. But that aside, I thought you were going to use the examples of one of those new kind of microphones that you kind of clip to your shirt, and then a Bluetooth microphone. Because even though my headphones are on, sometimes you forget that you mute the mic since you're in the process of muting and unmuting, and then you're just talking to somebody who distracted you in the background, and you forget that you're being recorded or that you're being heard.
Yeah, that falls into category one, like Adam confessing his own criminal activity whilst we're editing the book. Like that almost came to the surface, you know, you better stay disappeared or that'll come to the surface again. Like, yeah, I'm always recording, but sometimes if you've been doing this, we're chatting, right? We're just having a chat. We're talking about Bob Nodell on Behind the Curve, right? It's all very casual. Yeah, until you confess to criminal activity on the recording that I'm always making if I'm sat in this seat, right?
Well, you got me by the balls then.
Back to Bob.
Well, yeah, I have.
Back to Bob. How about if he just didn't realise that his gyro was broken?
So what? Like criminally retarded? No, I don't believe that either. I mean, Bob was pretty stupid, but not that stupid.
I liked when they would say, "Start recording, Nathan."
Well, on the recordings, yeah, my wife and I always had a chuckle about that. Start recording. Yeah. Idiots.
I always knew before Neil kept reiterating it on many a times, on many a shows. Anytime you see that box right there, Nathan Oakley, with those little thumbnails going by, trust me, he's recording. If he's up here, he's recording. And if you didn't know that, then that's on you.
Well, that's the thing, right? If I'm sat at this station doing anything to do with FED, right, on camera, I've had to transform the entire room into a studio. I'm surrounded by equipment. I've got my computer next to me. I've got lights on. I've got a dozen different lights all around me that are all blasting in my face. Now, when you get into editing, like, so we're doing the book, then the lights can be turned off, right? I can sit here in darkness. But I'm still surrounded by all of the exact same equipment in order to be here having the conversation. In other words, when I say I'm not going to use Discord, well, why not? Well, because I'm using it as a gateway for all of the equipment that I set up when I start the show. So that gateway is for audio. One day it might be video as well. I mean, it can have cameras, but they're just not much use. But I'm here to produce stuff as a producer for Nathan Oakley 1980, the channel. That's what I'm sat here. That's why I'm here. But people who are sat talking to me for an hour or 5 suddenly forget that my only purpose in being here is to produce material for my channel. As a YouTuber, this is my job. What cracks me up most of all is when people in the comments go, "Get a job." Like, what do you think what do you think I've been paying the mortgage with for 10 years? This is my job, idiots. Like, if it didn't pay the mortgage, I couldn't do it. I'm privileged to be able to pay my mortgage, mostly because the people support me financially, not because the material that's going out there directly pays me. People who like the material give me money. That's keeping the mortgage paid, the support of the community. But for the fact that I'm sat here doing that for my channel, I wouldn't be sat here. In other words, you're not going to hear from me if everything gets packed away and I'm not recording. So I'm always recording. That's the only point in me being here. Now, I communicate that to all of the panel members, right? Typically speaking, when you join the G Plus panel, I haven't actually had this conversation with Jin yet, but he's the most recent. He will at some point. I'll remind him subtly. Oh, by the way, if I'm here, Jin, just bear in mind I'm going to be recording. Just automatically assume that is the case. And if he isn't aware of that, he should have been anyway. But I will tentatively tell people that so that they're acutely aware, even if I tell them subtly several times, that I'll always be recording. Now, I don't want to alienate them from talking to me. Oh, by the way, I am recording you now. That will just alienate people from wanting to talk to me. So I've got to tentatively tell them that. So it can be casual. But you've got to be vigilant in your own space and your own words. And, people aren't, right? People are lackadaisical about what they say without giving it any consideration. Me, I'm sat here doing my job. This is my job. People don't recognise that. They just forget. They think I'm here to have a casual conversation. Again, another example, Jin, when he's rumpusing me, it's like, I'm making a show. That's what I'm here for. It's not so we validate Jin and what Jin does when he's out on the debate circuit. It isn't validating anybody. It's just, can I produce a good show or not? And his frustration in not being able to communicate his 9/11 message is just that, his frustration for his own self-worth, rather than the greater good of the audience I'm paying my mortgage with by keeping them entertained and wanting to watch my shows that I'm recording if I'm sat here. So it's one of those. That's why I've gone to the effort of actually swapping microphones back to number one, gone to the effort of checking that these things work with you, because I want the audience to be happy. And if they're hearing while I'm talking, that annoys them. So yesterday's show, several people put comments on it. Oh, the sound wasn't very good. I'm like, all there was a little bit of background hiss from my radio mic that cost 25 quid from AliExpress. So it's like, okay, well, I'll go and buy an 80 quid one then, because it's worth it, right?
Nathan, your gates are that good. We didn't hear any of you trying to make all that noise.
Oh, really? Oh, yeah, I've got a gate on. In any event, my hiss that you couldn't hear, I was pretending to make, you could definitely hear on the recordings of yesterday's show when I used a lav mic. Well, lav mics are clipped somewhere several inches away from your mouth, and in the same way as my shotgun mic needs to be a good shotgun mic because it's not actually next to my mouth, a lav mic, I'm starting to learn, is exactly the same. A cheap one just sounds horrendous. Well, I don't want to go to the effort of spending hundreds, if not thousands, on Sennheiser lav mics, back to the point of Bob, right? So I can wire myself up on a daily basis just so it's subtly out of view. It's like half the time, if I'm holding this mic that you're listening to me on now, microphone number one, I'll be in the kitchen making coffee or stacking the dishwasher. So I'm not even going to be on camera anyway. So it's not like I need a lapel mic. And in my mind, I know it's more of a pain in the ass having a cable coming up than having a physical ball in front of my mouth. So, from that perspective, back to the original Bob and his, oh no, I accidentally let slip. You're like, come on, you really, well, I suppose, yeah, you can get away with it. The audience doesn't know what it's like to be wired up with a lav mic. So the drama that you're instilling into this situation unnecessarily, you were talking about a tool of reference that uses a horizontal plane to give you horizontal so you don't crash your plane. You're like, okay, it drifted. So useless then. No, it was terrible for flat Earth. Means there might be a drift. The same one I'll tell you about when I'm selling you ether, by the way. Did I mention that? Because that's what it'll be blamed on, this faulty gyro. Because I need to peddle ether. Why? Well, with my science. I think we're back to square one. Are we there? Can I come off camera? You all like mic number one, yeah? This is mic number one. It's got the quietest switch too, which is important. When I'm turning it on and off the switch, it doesn't make any noise. Right, I'll delist this one from eBay. It's worth the not getting the 45 quid it's up for sale for, because it's a nice mic for making coffee with. Thank you for participating and telling me. I'm sure I overlapped enough flat earth information to keep it entertaining whilst showing you these three different microphones. I'm going to keep the 12L. I'll delist it from my eBay page.
I actually like the mic that you were using before you switched to this one.
You like this one better? More natural, as Vax was saying. This one's a flatter instrument mic that's not designed for vocals, so it's not designed to make me sound like a radio announcer. It's designed to be very natural. And I do have quite a bassy voice to begin with, whereas this one's a vocal mic, so it's designed to make you sound like a radio announcer. But a lot of people like that sound. It's a warm, cuddly vocal microphone. as opposed to an instrument mic that's nice and natural and flat. But, you know, you are in the minority. You and Vaxi like the instrument mic better than the vocal mic. Everyone else likes this one better.
Yeah, I think the flatter one picks up a bit more of like the room tone. With
Yeah, it's got
having like a larger diaphragm or whatever.
They've both got the same capsule, believe it or not. So, no. This one has got a different capsule. But yes, it's an instrument mic. So yeah, it doesn't matter that it picks up the room. Whereas the vocal mic's specifically trying to focus on what's in front of it because it's going to be in front of someone's gob and trying to reject everything else so it doesn't cause feedback. So they've got different design philosophies behind them. And the instrument mic's not worried about gain before feedback because it's going to be pointing at a cab or a snare or something, not in front of a fold-back speaker. So the parameters for the other one that is more natural sounding mic are not specifically designed for vocals. So it's one of those. I'm going to keep both of them anyway. I mean, I might end up recording one of my daughter's guitar cab sessions one day if they get into electric guitar for all I know. So I will keep the other mic and I'll flog the AKG in place of this and I'll take this one off eBay. The other one, the instrument mic that you like the sound of, might end up being the one I use anyway because I've got it and I won't sell that one.
Now, Nathan, are you also sharing your mic videos on TikTok?
Nah, they're a means to an end. They don't generate enough revenue and they wouldn't on TikTok either. They're there so that the advert sells the mic. That's the only reason I produce them. So if you listen, I do try and keep it semi under the radar that it's commercial. That is to say, it's not explicitly obvious when you watch one of my mic videos on YouTube that the only reason it exists is because it exists to be there on the eBay advert. So when you go to the eBay advert, you think of it in that context now. You go in here, this microphone is the AKG D5. It's a supercardioid switch dynamic with an XLR socket in the bottom. I'm just telling you what the mic is because I want you to buy it. So they only exist so that the eBay adverts make me money because they make me pence. Even the ones that have got 6,000 views, I've got a couple.
I see what you're saying.
They make me 20 cents with 6,000 views on them. You know, just pennies. I mean, it does add up. It does help, obviously, if I've got 1,000 mic videos and each one of them's making me a penny. You know, that's something. But it really isn't that way. They're all getting a 500 view average. Some of them do get 6,000. Some of them get a couple of thousand. Some of them get 1,000. Some of them get 200. One or two of them have got 100 views after several months. So, they're very inconsistent because of the channel that they're on. And yeah, they're not a big money spinner. Not at all. But the selling of the mic is because I'm good at buying. So this mic cost me 12 quid. It's up for sale for 45. But not for long. Anyway, I'm done now. Right. Thank you for indulging me. It is very much worth it. I need your opinions on what you like the sound of. And if this is the front runner along with the other one, then great. I'll keep those. And my AKG that was a contender will get put on eBay instead. Brilliant. Thank you very much.
Can I add a summary for today? Mic check.
You want to add a summary or have a summary?
No, I want to add my summary for today just to make sure I've got it straight.
Right.
All right. So when someone says that just because you're measuring it horizontal and just because it's level doesn't mean that it's flat, then I just say, okay, and move on.
Pretty much.
Okay. That makes it easy. No more arguing. Okay. Just because the airplane's flying level and horizontal and straight doesn't mean that it's flat, then I just say, okay, you're the pilot, and move on.
I guarantee they'll be thinking about it a lot more when you do that.
No, I try to do it kind of like that. I get the whole thing. First, you've got to explain the aerodynamics of airplanes and stuff. So that is, yeah. I'm just going to try to just let it go. Okay, you're right. Level is not flat. Okay. That's it. Great show today, guys.
Okay.
It does seem absurd, though. I understand. But what are you going to do, Surf Daddy? You're going to go round and round and round in circles with these people. They violate certain principles, right? So what do you do with that?
Well, it's not what you're going to do. It's what are you trying to get out of it? Unless you're flexing your intellectual superiority over these people, you've got to stand back and go, what do you want to achieve out of it? Now, for me, I've always said, what do I want? I want to be a YouTuber. Now, the fact that there's a discussion in the subject means that I've got to become proficient in that discussion. But when I've said in the past, I couldn't give a crap if this person actually believes me at the end of the process, previously when it was about belief, I don't care if you believe me. I probably won't remember your name once I stop recording and walk away and pack all my stuff away. I'll start talking to my wife about what we're having for dinner. But what I was yelling and getting really irate with you. Yeah, I was, yeah. But now I can't even remember what your name is. Like when Neil would go, well, what did we do yesterday? I don't know. I can't remember because it didn't matter to me. I'm not saying the show doesn't matter to me. I'm just saying that whether or not that person was convinced at the end of me having a blazing row with them for 5 hours, why was I doing it? Because I was sat recording it so I could publish it. Not because I give a shit whether or not that person understands at the end of the process. I don't care. Like I say, I don't even remember their name half the time. No offence to anybody who's like in the peanut gallery, like, you don't remember my name? No, I'm sorry. I mean, if you're on my G Plus panel, there's a good chance I'll remember your name at the very least. You know, and there are obviously exceptions to that rule. But the same goes for commenters. It's like, sorry, why are you in my comment section? Because you, in reality, need to be convinced yourself. You're not here to convince me. Therefore, what are you actually doing? Well, you're wasting my time. Because I don't care if you're convinced by me. I know what I know. And you're never going to change what we currently know in terms of measurements because you're using them too. So again, it becomes even less significant to me and what happens in my day, doesn't it? Like, I don't even need to convince you. You'll still go and measure Earth flat tomorrow, won't you? Like those bearded guys. Let's say 6 months ago, 12 months ago, 5 years ago, I had an argument with those bearded guys. Black Swan, distance to geometric horizon, 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Don't you understand? You don't have a geometric horizon? They argue back about how they do have a geometric horizon. In fact, there's 5 of them. And we go back and forth. And at the end, I'm deeply concerned whether or not these two beardy weirdies understand that Earth is measured flat. And then they go out to the lake and measure it flat 8 ways from Sunday. Don't they? I didn't need to do a damn thing. They still went out and measured it flat, didn't they? I didn't need to say a word. In fact, if I had said anything, it wouldn't have made any difference to how they measured it. And if I had not said anything, they'd have still gone out and measured it flat. So then you step back another step and go, well, I don't have any bearing on it then. So what is relevant? It's just how it is. Or how is it? Well, it's just flat. That's how it's dealt with. No big deal. You, me, everyone else in the discussion, we're just here sniffing our own farts, pretending that we're more intellectually superior to the next man if we worry about whether or not he's been convinced. What, whether or not you flexed your prowess of understanding over him, who didn't change our Earth to start with, did it? So get a grip.
We're battling worldviews before, and now we've totally gotten out of the worldview discussion. And by voluntarily bringing ourselves out of it, it is what is causing, I think, a lot of the division and a lot of the angst and vitriol between flat earthers and globe earthers.
You know where it comes from? It actually comes from, like, I don't know about anybody else, but the reason that this topic, that I ever brought it up, is because I truly thought people didn't know. Because my eyes have come across something that's very obvious. I'm like, wow, of course no one knows, because if they knew, then all of this would be gone, right? Like, in my mind, I'm thinking if everyone has a working brain like me, and I'm not the smartest guy in the world, then obviously people just don't know. Now, coming into this, I realize it's way more complicated than that. I'm no longer speaking to people who do not know. So my purpose has changed. I'm not out here trying to get the word out. The word is out. They're just fighting it. I'm not here to fight people who are fighting it. That's not what I signed up for.
What percentage of normies do we think understand science and the scientific method? Because I think this could be the issue, because they all have their belief and faith in science, not knowing what it is.
I say none of them, and you're 100% right. That's where the problem does lie. That's why they lumped flat Earth into a scientific endeavor, because, you know, if you're arguing about what science is and what science isn't, you're taking away from the measurements that everybody would clearly see if it was in a geography class, right? But they have Earth and the nature of Earth in a science class when you start going to school.
Lump it right in there with evolution and dinosaurs.
That's correct. Like Nathan said, if it was in a geography class, and there's no way people wouldn't catch on. People would eventually catch on and be like, wait a second, everything we're measuring here, this is flat. How can we be on a ball?
I kind of disagree. Catch on to what? We would just, I mean, I did orienting in Boy Scouts, and I know how to use a map and
different.
compass and stuff like, well, I mean, but I know how I have been measuring the Earth flat forever. And, you know, it's like,
I get what you're saying, Surf Daddy, but intensify that by every single person that goes to the schooling system, not just the limited Boy Scouts. Picture all the girls that particularly are a little smarter than boys, right, when they're first going to school. It's the girls that are able to sit still in a seat for freaking 8 hours, not boys that are always moving and want to get out and play.
Actually, girls get it, and you should know. I know, Neil, because
That's what I'm saying.
That's all I talk to. When I show girls the black swan, they go, "Oh, I knew something was up."
That's what I'm saying, Eli. Just take it away from just the boys and Boy Scouts and put it on everybody learning it in their geography class. There's no way they could allow that.
you know what they had to allow? They had to allow celestial navigation. They had to allow the process, the measurements, the mapping, everything with navigation, because we just couldn't do without it in our natural world moving around. There's that kind of information, and that's what we're using is the measurements of navigation, the measurements of the Earth. Geography, geometry is Earth measurement.
Think about learning about it from freaking kindergarten on up, right? Learning what Earth is in your geography class. Come on now. I know you're catching on to what I'm saying.
I'm totally getting what you're saying. I'm just saying that I don't know that everyone learning how to measure the Earth and geography and navigation and stuff like that. I mean, we all just take it for granted and don't think about it because it's so
yeah, but you're committing a fallacy. You're thinking about how you are now and trying to say this is how I would have thought back then. I might be doing the same thing too. I'm just saying, if you think about it, there's a reason why they moved what is actual geographic to science. That was not by accident.
Well, you know me, I think science is the religion of the world. Like they said, it's the one world religion. We've just anthropomorphized science into our God. Gravity is the God.
Science is the elucidation of cause and effect. We prove things with that. You mean pseudoscience?
Yes, I'm right. We know. You know what I'm saying is that all the whole. The world has taken science to be their authority rather than God on what's true, and they've just replaced God's nature and the natural nature of our realm, our world, and replaced the knowledge of, or what we think, the pseudo knowledge, the false knowledge of what false knowledge of the truth of God's creation, and turned it into a lie, a deception. And that comes from the very top, and not necessarily the they of the Rockefellers or whatever. But it's all against. It's all antithetical to what God describes for creation, and the very top of the pyramid, the tip of the spear of everything that we're dealing with is.
I would agree with that if science wasn't empirical. I think what you're using the word science and you mean pseudoscience. They've bastardized science, and that's what people have made their God, what they think science is. Because the science, the real science, which is a scientific method, has a lot of power and validity because it's empirical. It's very narrow. Same as, the way to everlasting life. Very narrow, right?
Yeah, narrow is the path.
Exactly.
And so if there's any way to divert us from that path of learning the true nature of creation, that it was created, then the enemy of God will swerve people away from it. It's very easy to do because the path is narrow. It's so narrow that we've got it down to it's measured flat. Yeah, but doesn't mean it's flat. Okay. You're just denying the truth. That's your gig. I'm not pushing a worldview. I'm just pushing a fact of how, 2 + 2 = 4. That's a fact. This 2x4 is 2 inches by 4 inches. Miles are linear. Horizontal is horizontal. Level is freaking level. It's not, it's also could be described as flat. Flat and horizontal, level, they're all parallel. Those are facts. It's not a worldview. It only becomes a worldview if I say that the world or the earth that we're on is flat. Or how about this? If I say, hey, the world's flat like God created it, it's in the Bible too. That's pushing a worldview. I believe it's a true worldview, and I have an epistemology and an ontological primitive logic to put forth the case that God exists. There's no other way otherwise. It makes it really easy for me to point to pseudo-Christians who are heliocentrics also, who are talking about fake space and Big Bang and deep time, billions of years and light years and all that crap. It makes it so easy to just tell the truth and say, well, that violates the second law of thermodynamics. That violates the first law of thermodynamics. This violates light years, violates the inverse square law of light. Laws that, as Christians, we should all agree God created. And just pointing that out points to God and glorifies God. And that worldview that many people take God out of that, and it's just the flat earth worldview. I'm totally out of that now. There's no reason for me to push the worldview of quote unquote flat earthism, which ends up being the pancake in space in most people's minds, and battling against the Antichrist worldview, which is atheism and naturalism and Big Bang and natural law violation. And there's no real truth. There's just subjective truth. Is that true? So I think where the angst is coming from and where the rough waters going forward and why we're seeing it within the quote unquote flat earth community, which I'm dissolving myself from being part of that worldview concept. That's where we're getting down to. It's a battle between creation and not really created, but we don't care about, the ontological. We don't care about God and religion and stuff. We just know that it's flat. So we're going to be battling people that don't know that God created everything, but know it's flat. Just like I'm battling people who know God created everything because they proclaim to be Christians and they read their Bible, yet still hold to the pseudoscience and the false knowledge, or what the Bible called science falsely so called. I'm battling them. It's worldviews versus truth, and that's where I'm coming from, Neil. Why does this always happen to me? I end up ranting, and then there's like...
Nah, you just got to let that pause roll when people reflect on what you say. Don't let it bother you. If you're fazed by it, people then think, does he really believe his own bullshit? They start asking that question instead of reflecting on what they were reflecting on.
Oh, I do believe all my old bullshit. If I didn't believe it, then I wouldn't say it. I often tell people, I may be wrong, but I'm not lying. And when I'm going to say something that's true, then I'll only try to say things that are true, or I'll tell you that I only believe it. But what I know to be true, I'll say is true.
But there's a few beats that are allowed. I mean, I don't like dead air, but by the same token, a few moments of reflection in silence is satisfactory. But only 3 beats, not 4.
Got it. Holy hand grenade rules, right?
Yeah, kind of. There's a certain amount. I mean, I always think back to the laws of radio stations, right? And I do use the word intentionally. If you're a radio station and there's a certain amount of dead air, I don't know the exact number anymore, I used to, then you can have fines. Like, you can be fined for broadcasting with dead air.
Oh, I was there. I used to be a DJ. Yeah, that was absolutely true, man. You could not do dead air. You had to practice. I've been out of practice for 30 some years and stuff like that. That's why I talk so slow now. But boy, before I could just keep on going and do the weather and do the next song. And now we're coming up and you just keep talking until the first beat of the song comes up. So, yeah.
I mean, the circumstances can change, though. There's always an exception to a rule, right? So, for example, we had Danny Faulkner here. Is refracted curvature still here? When Danny Faulkner was on the show, he would pause for up to 60 seconds to respond to something that John put to him. So much was the contemplation of what was going on. I mean, there was occasional bullshit about, I'd stepped away, but now in answer to your question, now I'm back. Like, no. You took 45 seconds over answering this question. But I allowed it. I allowed there to be 45 seconds of silence.
And those from Danny, I don't know if that's his style. Normally, or that's his style when dealing with this subject. I think, there's a famous video clip of Nathan Thompson going up to Danny and asking, so can you have gas pressure without a container? And Danny sits there and just gives him a stare, and doesn't answer. And then Nathan Thompson, because he's kind of nutty, goes ahead and there you have it, and
no, he was right to do that. I agree with Nathan Thompson. That was the same contemplation. Does he have an answer for that question? The answer is absolutely not.
No, and so that's what he's doing is he's broadcasting his contempt for the question and his aloofness towards the person asking the question, And that's his way of basically saying to anyone who's watching, I am above this. This is a flat earth nutter. That's what, that's what he did for his whole book, Falling Flat. My friend Michelle has been reviewing the book, and she's been going through a hard time because it is absolutely one fallacy after another. It is just not worth reading. It's so bad. And that's all he does. I was in a bit of a debate with him on Facebook a year ago and just mentioned measuring the earth flat with elevation angles because that's what you're doing. And he just said, get Nathan out of your head. And we brought it up another time, and he said, if you're going to continue this, then we're not going to have a discussion anymore because you're unteachable and you're unlearnable and you're just not willing to carry a conversation, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, Danny, elevation angles.
It's always projection. So when he says get Nathan out of your head.
Yeah. You're in his. Oh, you're absolutely in his. There was probably 3 people in that thread, in that Facebook thread, that were mentioning Eratosthenes measured things flat and elevation angles, flat baseline, and he would not have anything of it. He'd divert from it and say, quit letting Nathan do your talking, do your thinking for you. He's just politely arrogant and condescending all at the same time. You're not being a good student. I'm here trying to teach you something, and you're being a conspiratorial jerk flurf, and I'm just not going to give you any credence. And
yeah, you can't say those things when you talk about an elevation angle. So you're saying by behaving in an aloof manner, he creates that allure, that impression, when not being capable of actually saying, you're just being a conspirator when you talk about Nathan Oakley's flat earth elevation angles.
Which is what he's thinking. I think when Nathan asked him that question, I think he was still, when does his book come out? 2019? I think he was still doing quote unquote research to find out what flat earthers thought and what their theories were and what they, so he could use all these fallacies. Well, flat earthers think this and they think that. That's his whole book. I feel bad for Christians who try to read it and get through it. He provides no actual globe earth proof, which we know doesn't exist. And it's a really bad. That's why I'm so angry about Helio Christians, and people that proclaim that God is true and that God created everything, yet people like Hugh Ross and Jason Lyle and Ken Ham and the Answers in Genesis crowd, which Danny Faulkner's part of, are all literally anti-flat earthers with a lot of their stuff. And they're just beating it into the heads of the normies that flat earth is not of God, and everyone who believes in it are not good Christians. And are denying science.
You've got 2 different types of Christians in your estimation, but the good kind are the ones that are doing being a Christian correctly, and that involves following the rhetoric of how you were taught to be a Christian. Now, that is to be a Christian, to be heliocentric. That's where it's come from. Now, that's where you got your information initially, from a form of Christian who also believed Earth's a sphere, right? Now, because you think differently now, because you've recognised that that's not the case, doesn't change how every Christian gets taught and what is the rhetoric of Christianity. Now, when you break down, like we break down, how Earth's measured flat and it's inconsequential of how we're taught about Earth being a ball, the same is true for Christianity. If you talk about what it is to be a Christian in terms of your understanding of Christ, but that's not Christianity in the truest sense of what is taught to Christians by Christians about the world. That's heliocentric. So there is no heliocentric Christians. There's just Christians. And to be a Christian in a modern world, as much as it annoys me, it's the same annoyance for you about these, what you're calling helio-Christians, as when I try and redefine what a flat earther is to being an anti-glober. It just annoys me what it is to be a flat earther, because to be a flat earther is a controlled opposition approach to giving you the disc in space and arguing about Earth's not a ball. That is what a flat earther is, because it's an invented thing. The same is true for Christianity. Now you go, well, I've recognised beyond that I've got to put my faith in Christ and understand he gave himself for my sins. Those are the things that the Bible teaches. You're like, yeah, but that's not being a Christian. And being a good Christian would be being a good heliocentric Christian.
Well, yeah, when we're talking about, we're talking about worldviews that are based on our experience of what we think we know, or what we've been taught, and what we think and believe is true. I think when where the rubber's going to meet the road is not about worldviews, denominations, religion, names of groups of people. It's going to be in literally just whether people recognize God and worship him because they've interacted with him. They've read his word, they understand what he's saying, and they pray that he gives them wisdom and knowledge, and that the Holy Spirit that God says he sent to help us, that they accept it. So it's so hard to explain. What differentiated me, or what brought me to understand that I'm not a heliocentrist, I'm not a flat earther. I just finally broke down and prayed that God would show me what is true. I worked it out with me and God, basically. I'm not saying that I'm not also pushing that people need to do it like I did. I'm just saying that people need to know that God is, and that God wants them to worship him so that they can be with him. All of that information, all of that knowledge of what is true about our existence and about the Creator is available in his word, and he promises that it's available to us if we repent of sinning against him. And I'm trying to make this not sound like a preachy thing, so don't take it like that. But I'm just trying to lay out what
That's an impossibility.
Are you getting it, Neil, or am I going off track and going crazy, or what?
No, it says it in God's word, because nature declares who he is. We see it in nature. Nobody has an excuse to say, God, I did not know, because he makes himself evident in creation. Now, you could go beyond understanding that there's a creator and can know the creator.
Yes, and he says you can, because what he says in his word is true. You just need to read that yourself. Having me tell you that that's the truth, or having a preacher tell you, or having Neil deGrasse Tyson tell you, or, what anyone tell you. I've got a no gurus policy. And that means, I ain't going to be no one's guru. And I'm not telling you as the guru what to do and what to think or whatever. I'm just saying that we all need to know what is true. And we cannot know what is absolutely true because we can't know everything. But we can know someone who does know everything. And you have to accept that, and you have to repent of your pride. And that's what the whole Christian experience is.
What you're describing, Surf Daddy, what you're describing is Jesus with Nicodemus telling him, you must be born again. How can I tell you about heavenly things when you don't understand earthly things?
Thank you.
There's a born again process that happens when God opens up your spiritual eyes. And that does not happen unless you open up the Word of God and the Holy Spirit begins to reveal the nature of God to you through His Word.
Yes, and convicts you to repent. And the Bible says repentance is what God grants you so that you can have knowledge of the truth. And
the goodness of God that leads to repentance. That's correct.
Right. And it leads to his knowledge. And then he promises that. That's why I prayed. Just tell me what is true. And the Holy Spirit basically brought me back to Genesis. It's like, yeah, the firmament. And I said, okay, there's a thing called a firmament. And that's true. Right? I said, yes, that's true.
Yeah, and that's a failure. I'm going to tell you something. That is a failure, and this is what Nathan's talking about with the Christians that are heliocentrics. That's a failure on their part to teach from the Bible and just ignore the firmament. It was just ignored. I did not know about the firmament until I became a flat earther. Now that's a failure on every pastor that has been teaching from the pulpit because they relied on. Somebody's yelling in the background.
Yeah, somebody's off mute. I thought it was your TV in the background, which is why I didn't say anything, Neil. Go on mute.
No, I'm in my car.
It's Len. Whoa. Len.
Len.
Is Len in a fight or something?
Hey, hold on.
All right, here with reaction.
Jesus.
Todd Lyons.
Look at him go.
Todd, I mean,
it sounds like he's being arrested.
Sounds like he's on TV. He's listening to his TV. Can somebody...
I don't know what else will.
They need to just, if you're using your car to...
I had to step in and mute him.
Oh, shoot.
That sounded like...
Something's happening with Len, man.
Yeah, I heard get out of the car, get out of the car.
Oh,
I don't know if
that's
that's
a good guy, man. I pray that everything's all right.
Amen. Do we want to put him? Did you put him on mute, Nathan?
Yes.
Do we want to listen in case?
I think he's just
no. There's nothing we could do.
All right. That's always, man, one of my fears is that something's happening and like you have a wreck in the middle of something or something goes crazy. Well, Father, we just ask you to protect Len. So anyhow, it's been on my heart that we try to think about the differentiation between the flat earther, quote unquote, worldview, global worldview, atheist worldview, all these labels as worldviews, and understand that the reason why there's conflict among all of them over everything we're talking about lately, and it's getting more and more heated, obviously, is because what we're trying to stick to is what is just purely true. And we need to understand that just like in the Christian experience, we will be hated for spreading the truth because Jesus was hated and he was crucified. And he said, "You're going to be hated because
he came against a religious system that had people in bondage." Well, you could say the same thing's happening today. You got heliocentrism, and that's the religious system of the world today. It's in every single country. The world is heliocentric.
Yeah. So
right?
who's the God of this world?
They say that Satan is the God of this world. He's the one that's deceived everybody into this heliocentric system that we find ourselves in. And you have the religious leaders. Actually, did I miss something? Okay, he's all right. He was watching a video.
Told you.
Yeah, but it sounded like he was getting arrested, man.
Nah, not to me, it didn't.
All right, let me write it back. Yeah, it's being run by the God of this world. We know that. Len, you were watching a video, but it sounded like something bad was happening to you.
Right.
You got very nervous.
Yeah, I'll have to be conscious of that. With me microphone muted in here, it was bleeding through from another window.
We thought you were getting pulled out of your car and busted.
Yeah. We're in the middle of talking about the things of God. I'm like, oh, Satan's attacking Len.
But yes, I mean, it really, that's why it's going to be trouble. That's why it's going to be hard, because what we're talking about is just basic truth. 2 + 2 = 4. Satan says 2 + 2 could be 4.7. If you think about it this way, surely God didn't say 2 + 2 = 4. Just because it's flat or just because it's level doesn't mean it's flat. That is demonic. That is just
because they're coming from indoctrination of ball.
Right.
That's why I kind of agree with Jin in one sense. There is a heavy dose of indoctrination and a psychological effect it's had on a lot of people.
But that is spiritual. The problem with Jin is that he's not coming at it from a believer's point of view and knowing that people are deceived because they have rejected the truth of God and they love their sin and they want it. So him coming up and saying you must be converted to be a flat earther, that's no better than a preacher on the street saying, you're living in sin, repent.
Come to Jesus now, boy. Come to Jesus now, boy, or you're going to hell.
Right. Now, that guy, the preacher, who is, I would hope, led by God to do what he's doing, all right, it's a little different because he is, we'll just assume God told him to do that. I mean, he's the real deal, and God told him to go on the streets and say what he's saying. All right. There are those people, and I may be, I believe I'm saying what God wants me to say right now. All right. And I'm trying to be very careful and trying to be as honest and truthful about it.
Anytime that you're revealing through what you have to experience and your testimony, of course is being led by God because you're trying to introduce people to the Savior. Now, I have some issues with the hellfire preachers because if you look at the early church, when they were getting together, they were just reasoning together at how Jesus is Messiah. Now, you could go into later the letters, and you do hear about Peter speaking about 1/3 of the earth being consumed by fire and judgments that await. But in the beginning, they just reasoned together that how this Jesus is the Messiah, to the point where Paul preached so long that somebody fell asleep and fell out the window. But there was no crafty sermons. They were just reasoning together to what they knew out of the law and what they just witnessed.
Right. Well, also, Jesus did go into the market and turned over all the tables too, right?
Because we're deceiving people, and people, hardworking people that were bringing their sacrifice, they were being turned away and pointed to a sheep farm where they could find a good one that God will accept, right?
Yep.
So he turned over the tables and told them, "You've made the house of God a den of thieves and robbers."
Yep.
And he says, "My house shall be a house of prayer."
Yep. So we all just need to be cognizant that our intention is to just share what is true and let people be convicted by the Holy Spirit about changing their worldview towards one where they know God and they know that God is the creator and they know God created the earth the way he describes it in Scripture. That's my hopes when talking to what I call, and I call it playfully, just Helio Christians. I do it ironically because I hate the labels.
But
right?
but in time past, they're Helios in ignorance. But now there's a lot of them that are not Helios by ignorance now, because this has gone out. Like, if you want to say that God revealed it, well, he did. He's not going to suffer his words to be changed to a heliocentric system where the sun is the center, right? This is the time of revelation. So people have realized it, and they've went to people in their church and said, "Hey, now if they came any other way, then just like I believe that 10th came like very meek and gentle to his pastor and just wanted to show him what he found in Scripture, and was immediately pushed away and labeled as one of those flat earthers that are just here to sow discord." Now, I don't know how true that is, that some people are doing that, but I doubt it very much, because when I speak to people in a church setting about heliocentrism and what the Bible is actually saying, I try to bring them right to creation and let them go through it themselves and let it drop for themselves. How what's described in Genesis is nothing that we were taught in school. Nowhere near it.
No, or taught in Sunday school or taught it from the pulpits.
Correct.
That's why you need to do it in meekness and kindness, and you just present the truth and let the Holy Spirit convict them.
Well, from what I heard from fishermen in the boxes, there are pastors that are speaking about it openly in churches.
There's right? He showed. I talked to Lon, and he had showed when he was talking about that a month or so ago. He had showed a video from the Bereans. There's a guy out there from the Bereans that does a very good study. It's like 2 or 3 videos worth, going through Scripture, and he does go through the NASA stuff, but not as much as like Dean Odell does. And a Berean basically just saying, "Hey, we need to be Bereans. We need to study the Bible. We need to know what it says. Here's what it says." Very good study. But that video is actually kind of old. So It was new to lawn though, so they're fishermen. So I don't know that there's a revival so much in a lot of churches, but ones like the Bereans, a lot of the there's one guy that's really good, not Hellfire, but a good black church that does it. I can't think of his name right now.
I know the guy you're talking about. He gets into the Feast of Nonsense too.
Well, yeah, but man, he puts some fire in it. He keeps you awake, and he's good. But and like Dean Odell, he's still. I mean, there's nothing changing him from the earth being, and he's scripturally true, and all that stuff. He's had a couple sermons just in the past couple weeks.
Is he still talking about the ether?
No. This last two, if you look up the last two, something about this is your world or something like that. Then he's revisiting a lot of things, but he's
well. How would a church be looked at? Like, say, just decide, you know what? I'm going to start a little house meeting, right? And I start out in my house of prayer meeting, and we just start getting into creation and go through it biblically, what creation is.
I think
not turning around saying stupid things like, we don't live on no spinning water ball. Just go through scripture, what scripture says.
Oh, I would love a house meeting like that. I've been, and if that's something that God's leading you to do, then try to figure out how He wants you to do it.
I'm just saying, hypothetically, if that's done all around and it catches fire, because that, to me, that's the people that need to wake up to what God's creation is. They're the ones that are punting this pseudoscience like unbelievable.
Can you mute while Neil's talking?
I could go to a church and they constantly bring up heliocentrism and glorify God in it.
Well, it all starts with each individual. We need to do something and someone needs to do something and stuff like that. That's great for, just generally praying that God would make that movement happen. But the way it will happen is one at a time. And by people just listening to God and doing what He's telling them to do. So that's why I'm working with people who are interested, and we formed a little apologetics online, message and stuff like that. And we talk about these things. And so, there's people doing these things.
Well, sincere Christians that are involved, they can't turn around and declare anything other than what's in the Bible. They can't turn around and say, yeah, but what about NASA? Yeah, but what about, science has proven it's a globe. Because they're sitting there with you and they're saying that they believe God's word is true. And this is what Adam used to get pissed about. Bible-believing Christians that are just taking heliocentric ideas like it's no big deal. When the word of God is totally contrary to it. If you're a Bible-believing Christian, then you better get it right.
Yeah, well, people aren't thinking and talking about it and thinking deeply about it. And they're not making connections between science, pseudoscience, and the creator and of our physical, natural world that is governed by laws that were created and governed by moral laws that were created and that God placed in us so that everybody knows that He exists. Right?
That's true too, because if you read Psalm 19, he talks about how the heavens declare the glory of the Lord, talks about the sun, right? Talks about how it comes out of its chamber as a bridegroom or as a strong man to run a race, and it makes its circuit from one end of heaven to the other. But then he immediately goes into the laws of the Lord are perfect, converting the soul.
Yep.
So
Stuff in Romans.
Yeah, there's a lot to be said to that.
Romans 1 confirms that. Romans 1:18 through 22 or 3 is that he's, all of creation declares his existence, and all of the moral laws declare his existence, so that no one is without excuse for knowing that he exists. The only people that declare that God does not exist are just denying the truth and unrighteousness. Just because it's level doesn't mean it's flat. Literally, that's the exact same thing. Just because the Bible says so doesn't mean there's a God. Just because
Let me read this.
Creation doesn't mean that it was created. That is.
Let me read this, because we stop at the beginning where it says the heavens declare the glory of God. But in verse 6, he ends it by saying, speaking of the sun, his going forth is from the end of the heaven, and his circuit unto the ends of it, and there is nothing hid from the heat thereof. So it's speaking about the sun's movement. Then he goes on to change the whole thing up and said, the law of the Lord is perfect, converting the soul. The testimony of the Lord is sure, making wise the simple. The statutes of the Lord are right, rejoicing the heart. The commandment of the Lord is pure, enlightening the eyes. The fear of the Lord is clean, enduring forever. The judgments of the Lord are true and righteous altogether. More to be desired are they than gold, yea, than much fine gold. Sweeter also than honey in the honeycomb. Moreover, by them is thy servant warned, and in keeping of them there is great reward. Who can understand his errors? Cleanse thou me from secret faults. Keep back thy servant also from presumptuous sins. Let them not have dominion over me. Then shall I be upright and shall be innocent from the great transgression. Let the words of my mouth and the meditation of my heart be acceptable in thy sight, O Lord, my strength and my redeemer. But it always freaked me out how he went from describing what we see in nature to the law of the Lord and how it converts the soul.
I heard you. You're right. I'm on the way to pick up my dog.
Just glad that Len is still with us.
Okay, I had a cat in a cat fight in the barn last night.
I came to the vet this week and I had a dog that's that's a groomer today.
And now my Bluetooth's trying to take over. Been a bit of a busy day.
Hey, what's the odds? Hey, what's the odds on this? I stopped at a gas station. I had $8, right? I get out to get gas, and somehow I lose the money. As I'm driving away, I find $6 blowing down the street. So I found 6 of my $8. And it's very windy today. It was weird. I'm driving. I'm like, that's my 5.
Funny, but not funny. I'll say that.
Interesting discussion.
Well, it's been on my heart for a couple
Very
days.
interesting.
That what we're coming up against is a battle of worldviews within our very now narrow topic of just discussing how we measure stuff. And the truth of that is what is affecting all worldviews, flat and globe and Christian and atheist and everything. Because just what we're talking about, measurements of Earth, is an aspect of creation that cannot be denied. You can't deny how we measure God's creation. And for people with a worldview that says that God doesn't even exist, that's going to convict them, and they're going to lash out. For people who know that the Earth is measured flat and are flat earthers, but don't necessarily know that God created everything and them, that's also going to put a crimp in their worldview, because you're not willing to accept their worldview, their religion of their, you're not going to accept Jin's way of doing stuff, right? He's not going to accept your way of doing stuff because you're maybe not doing it right, Nathan. And
when it's one, you know what it is, and it's the total opposite too. I even said that to him. I said, Jin, perhaps you're not doing it right. You mention measurements, but that's it. You don't plant your flag there, and you don't stay there. That's why you get pulled to the Feast of Nonsense. I've never been pulled to the Feast of Nonsense when speaking about measurements. Keep their attention, because everybody understands that to do any type of measurement, you need a flat plane reference to begin with. So perhaps you're not doing it right. Perhaps you don't want to do it right. Perhaps you enjoy, staying in a Feast of Nonsense and showing how superior you are because you have all this knowledge about heliocentrism. Well, it's not needed once you come to measurements. Sorry, that's just a fact.
Right. And that's where I was. I've said in past shows that I kind of enjoyed being the ninja. And I believe now God had me going through all that and learning all that and being the ninja, because that was training, dealing with globers. And I dealt with atheists before I dealt with globers, doing just basic Christian apologetics with atheists. There's absolutely nothing different between dealing with an atheist about theological issues or about God issues, or dealing with a glober about creation issues and the nature of Earth issues. No difference. And what it took for me was to repent of wanting to make it about me, being the ninja, being the one that crushed the enemy, being the one that was so freaking smart. It was kind of a weird feeling. Okay, so God, you've got me learning all this stuff. I can pick up this stuff. I was learning the celestial navigation. It's like, man, this I can get this. I get it. Whenever they're talking about it, I get it. Oh yeah.
What do ninjas do?
Yeah, I can talk off the.
What do ninjas do?
They kill. They're like stealth.
Oh, we need to stop being so much like ninjas, which was like last year before rhetoric, and be more like monks, right?
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah, but you guys, I fought against that. I remember in shows past, even Refracted Curvature and Brian, I was saying, why do I need to know all of this stuff when I know Earth is measured flat? That's all I need to say. No, but you got to be able to detail heliocentrism, because if they come at you with a question, and I can say, no, I do not agree with that. I can still be out there speaking about flat Earth, and I don't have to know a darn thing about heliocentrism, because I'm going to tell you, I'm not going to show you or ask you if you agree. I'm going to tell you how measurements are accomplished and how Earth is measured flat. I don't need to know any of that nonsense. Once Earth is flat, it knocks heliocentrism out of the box. You can't put me in a solar system, third planet from the sun. That's done.
That truth, however, crushes someone else's worldview. And if we go into that with the prideful position that you're the secret king who does that, you are doing that. You're not allowing God to use you to convict other people and bring them to what is ultimately the truth.
No. Don't misunderstand how I'm speaking now. This is how I was speaking to the guys on the panel. Because I was getting very frustrated when they were telling me, no, it's good you can know that and then just, you keep it to yourself. But if you want to go out and be an evangelist, you got to know all of the details about heliocentrism.
Yeah, well,
I disagreed heavily.
Right.
Monks aren't monks aren't evangelists, so are they? Monks seek enlightenment, don't they?
They just exist.
Yeah, I'm not. I'm talking about you using monks in a peaceful way, fine. But I do not agree with monks just sitting to themselves and keeping everything to themselves. That I don't agree with because I'm Christian. I mean, you're just a beggar that found bread, and you're showing another beggar the bread that you found. That's it.
Yeah, we are commanded to go out and to preach the gospel and to help the poor and help the widows and children and I think Jesus said that's basically the pure religion is to just go help the widows and the
You know what the biggest fear of mankind is? There's two. It's publicly speaking and death. Now, so I heard this one pastor illustrate it great. Like he told his daughters, he said, if a bus ran you over, what would happen? And he said, well, the bus would kill us. So you're afraid of that bus, right? But what about the shadow of the bus? Could it do you any harm? No, it's just a shadow. Well, Jesus became that target and the bus ran him over. Now you just have to deal with the shadow that can do you no harm.
I'm going to have to mulch that analogy.
Death becomes your servant.
Your master, you mean?
Death is your servant. It ushers you right into the presence of God.
Sounds like something you're about to say when you blow them away, Neil.
Forget about previous livelihoods. Those are all cast off.
I know what you're thinking. Did he shoot 5 or did he shoot 6? Is that what you're thinking? I don't know. Are you willing to take that chance? I got to pick up my dog, so I'll be out.
Before it goes in. So I could see the link where the front and the rear wires line up. I would run.
All I know is death is your servant. It ushers you into the presence of God. Now ask yourself, did he fire 6 shots or 5?
So just follow
I'm
up.
giving you a chance to repent.
And then I would tuck the harness.
Is somebody off mood again?
Yeah, somebody in Discord.
Mic discipline.
Sorry.
Charlie.
Is that Eli talking to as many women again?
No, it's Charlie.
Oh, Charlie Handsome. There's another one. With a name like Charlie Handsome, you must have women. I understand what you mean about the monk, though. I understand that. We do. We need to be a little more gentle with these people that, listen, they're coming out of heliocentrism. That's a deep indoctrination, Nathan.
Yeah, but you are enlightened, right? God's given you the enlightenment. So just appreciate that. It doesn't necessarily, because you immediately took it to, no, as a Christian, I've got to go out and evangelize. Well, I wasn't talking about Christianity, though, was I? I was talking about flat earth.
Yeah, and I was talking about Christianity, so that's what a mishap is. But you do it. I'm talking about Christians in general because I think it's important that they do know the scriptures. And the scriptures do not have us on a planet. That's the bottom line. I mean, we've allowed pseudoscience to creep into the church, and it basically took it over to the point where they will fight against you, and they will call you somebody who sows discord if you come in with that flat earth belief. They do not want to hear that. Wait, I'm not talking about a belief. I'm just trying to tell you how we measure.
Sorry, what did you say, Neil? I was being asked something by Clover.
I was saying, I'm not trying to go in there and turn anything over. I'm just trying to bring them to an understanding that this is not how the Bible describes the earth that we live on. I think it's important that people, especially church-going people, that read their Bibles, that they understand the scripture, and that we've been,
There's the problem again.
pseudoscience.
You've just rephrased it to church-going people. I tried to explain this earlier, right? Church-going people, you mean Christians, right? What's the church as far as Jesus is concerned? It's just a place that is metaphorical, a place of prayer. It doesn't have to be a building, right? But we've turned it into a building and then had people who call themselves Christians in a very controlled way, giving you what Christianity accepts as the world, in this case, heliocentrism.
Yeah, because they think that it lined up with science, and science validates things. Science has power. And I'm sorry, but they need to know that that is not science. That is pseudoscience.
Well, they'll come to you when they're ready for that bit. I mean,
I agree. I don't go to any
your
churches and say anything.
Christian
I haven't, not
evangelism
once.
is your own business, right? You can do whatever you like. But I'm saying, as far as this subject, the subject we're in, flat Earth, right? We have become like monks in that regard. We are enlightened to what Earth is, and we know that they know as well, as much as we've kind of inferred, well, they're just liars because they know it's flat. And we've had the same accused of us. Oh, they're just liars. They know it's a ball. Right, so the two neutralise each other in that regard. But in reality, they are measuring Earth flat. There's no exceptions. So if that's the case, we don't actually need to do anything. Therefore, should somebody discuss it with you, you can tell them what, how it's measured. It's like, yeah, but you can tell them. You already knew that. You didn't need me for that. Right, if I'm talking to what we call a baller, an anti-flat earther, right, when I'm telling them, if they're approaching me, as opposed to me out proactively approaching them, I can let them know. Well, you already know this stuff, right? You don't need me to tell you how you will measure Earth, because you'll be measuring it that way if you want to measure it. Now, if you don't, then why are you asking these questions? It's kind of irrelevant. It's benign. You're not measuring it, so who cares? But when you do, you'll know it's flat. But I don't need to evangelize about it. I don't need to go out of my way to tell people so that they appreciate this. Like you're saying, they need to appreciate your Christian viewpoint. Now, I'm not going to agree or disagree with that, but I'm saying, like a monk, you sit and you mind your own business, enlightened.
Yeah, that's basically what I do when I go to church. I really do not bring it up, but Nathan is so cringe. It's like makes you cringe when the pastor at the pulpit starts talking about stars and how far away they are and how innumerable they are and the speed of light, and how it's amazing that we're not fried up and we're at this perfect moving rate, that we don't burn or freeze, and that's the glory of God. That freaking burns, Nathan.
That's the Goldilocks zone.
Yeah, and I was a partaker in that. I used to preach that from the streets.
I mean, yeah, I can't help but see how they are intertwined for you as a Christian, so it's hard for me to make a point.
Well, it was done that way deliberately. You know that. I mean, come on. Get the church in heliocentrism, and Satan's job is done. Right? It's always from the inside out. That's how he does it. take what God has made and make it into something else. And then make it into this stupid system where you're like, get out of here with that. It's very elegant if you think about it. You know, heliocentrism, the whole everything, planets and the movements and, you know, rotating Earth, the oceans stay compacted to it. And I mean, it's not no just thrown together belief system.
No. But it is developed by the church, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Now, I'm kind of like, I'm up in the air. Like, I know you guys say that they were just trying to work things out. But you can't deny the fact that there's a power from the outside that is just, I don't know if it's pushing them or driving them, but it's certainly not stopping them. So he's egging them right along, and that power is Satan, because he is the god of this world system. So I don't know. You say it's so they could better predict when Easter would be. Isn't that something? What is Easter? The resurrection of Christ? And that's why they started turning this earth into a globe, so they can better predict when Easter would be. Very, very weird when you think about it.
Yeah.
Well, they had to change things around so that we are disjointed from things like holidays, the feasts, the time. I mean, daylight savings, all of that, everything that the calendar's changing, all of that stuff just takes us away from going.
Well, I'll agree with the feast because it's important for the tribes, the 12 tribes of Israel. It's important for them, not for me, a Gentile that has been grafted in. The feast days, I do not have to keep them. I do not have to do anything with them. That is under all the law. They need to keep that, not me. Right? Because they are very relevant in Revelation. Right? You're talking about 12,000 from each tribe preaching the gospel when their eyes are opened and realize that Jesus is Messiah, not this figure standing in a place where he should not be standing, demanding that they sacrifice to him now. In an instant, they're going to know that Jesus is Messiah. They're going to be the ones that are preaching the gospel as well as angels themselves. Right? The church is nowhere there after chapter 4 in Revelation. The church is gone. So it is important that they twisted these feast days and Sabbaths, because there is a remnant that's still keeping that. And that remnant's eyes will be opened up, but that's during Revelation.
Okay.
Yeah, so the feast days are important, but not for me. Neither is knowing when the Sabbath is. Because when you come to the saving knowledge of Jesus Christ, he is everything. He is everything that was a shadow of what was to come. He is it.
So
he's the Lord of the Sabbath.
Am I good with Jesus for buying microphones on a Sunday and Saturday then?
Absolutely. Why wouldn't you be? He's talking about an eternal rest, not just his one-day rest. Right? He was a type of what was to come. But that's what he said. He goes, come to me, learn of me. I'll give you rest unto your souls. So when Jesus, comes on the scene, it's all about him, because the Old Testament is the New Testament concealed, and the New Testament is the Old Testament revealed. And that's it. From Genesis to Revelation, it's all about the Messiah that was to come, is to come, that's going to save mankind from sin. Just like through one man's disobedience, death was passed over every single person that's born through procreation. Through one man's righteousness, every single man that accepts him and trusts him will be forgiven for that. That the scales are balanced, right? God's scales are perfect. I'm still amazed that I found that $5 bill blowing down the block. I'm telling you, I parked at a gas station. I got out of the car, and I see $1 on like the floorboard, and I'm like, "Oh, where's the rest of it?" And I couldn't find it. So I had a few dollars on the PayPal, so I was able to put gas in there. And as I'm driving out of the gas station and make a full right, I see this $5 bill flying down the block with another $1.
That's nuts.
What's the odds on that?
I mean, you kind of retraced your steps, so, I mean.
No, I didn't. I lost it when I was at the pump. Now, I pulled out of the pump. I'm talking about I've gone at least 40 feet and turned and was on my way, and I see this $5 bill flying down the block.
But yeah, I guess for the winds to be going the right direction that you exited, for there not being any one of many people being around that could have chanced to cross it, you're talking like ridiculous chances.
Yeah, it was weird.
Very fortunate.
It was actually blowing back towards the gas station. Unless I found somebody else's money, which is possible, because I was like, what the freak, man? My wife just gave me these last $3 she had so I can get gas, and I lose it. What the hell is wrong with me? And I found it. That's never happened to me before. Usually when I lose money, I'm very angry, and then I say, you know what? Maybe somebody that needs it really bad will find it, and then, then I can live with myself.
I'm going to have to round out the show as I've got to go and pick up my eldest daughter from Brownies shortly. So, with that, I'll say a huge, massive, enormous thank you to both Discord and G Plus panels for making today's after show possible. And of course, a massive thank you to all of you for liking, commenting, sharing, subscribing, joining as a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member, and all that good stuff. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I will see you all in the next video.
But when you measure it flat, it contradicts that. I'm spitting flat facts and that. And I know you don't like that. Google Maps is flat, it presents elevation profiles like that. I'm a spitting flat earth king. Sentence has a ring, doing my own thing. If earth was a big roast chicken, factually finger licking chicken, we just got the measurements missing. I'm spitting eggs and begs, begging the question lesson. I've said it before, time after time. I'm the spitting flat earth king of rhyme.